Good morning. It's bright and early on the morning of Tuesday, April 30th for day 2 of evidence in the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The Commonwealth has accused her of killing her boyfriend, Officer O'Keefe, by hitting him with her car, causing him to fall. And they talked about injuries yesterday in opening and letting him die in the snow. The defense started their opening yesterday with Karen Reed is being framed, and then gets into a very long opening statement about how they believe she has been framed in this and the cover-up that ensued. With all of that, today on day 2, we are resuming with the cross-examination of the first officer on scene, Stephen Saraf. I think I pronounced that properly. We finished the direct examination of that officer yesterday at the end of day 1. He really was testifying to the road conditions, the fact that the road had been plowed, the blizzard-like conditions that evening, and we saw the beginning of his dash cam footage. When they play dash cam footage like that, there was over an hour of footage. That was not what was played, but there was over an hour of footage. That will all be admitted as evidence. If the jury wants to go back and watch it later, they can. If the defense wants to play other clips from it, they can. It's now been admitted. The entire thing has been admitted. So we will see maybe other pieces from that dash cam. The thing that occurred to me last night, Law Nerds, when we were looking at the first witnesses on day 1, they were family members of victim Officer O'Keefe. And they went through a ton of video clips from the Ring doorbell. Many in the chat said, look, the Ring doorbell gives you clips that are like a minute long. So that's what you're going to really get with that. And that's about what we saw, were a lot of different clips that were about a minute in length. What I was thinking is like, well, how would I have done this? Those are things I would normally do with my investigating officer. But you know what we heard a lot about in opening statements? The investigating officer, Trooper Proctor. That's what we heard a lot about in opening statements. So I'm going to be very curious how many other witnesses they use to try to pull in evidence and try to lay foundation for evidence that gets them away from needing to use Trooper Proctor for those things. Why? Because after the things that the defense said, and again, the prosecution wasn't objecting. The prosecution wasn't screaming. The prosecution wasn't saying, you know, Your Honor, this misstates any expected evidence or whatever. The prosecution sat down and said nothing. So I imagine the evidence will show the things the defense said it will show. If it doesn't, it's not going to look good for the defense at all. But I imagine it will show what they say that it will show. And if that is the case, the prosecution is going to want to use everyone but Trooper Proctor to lay the foundation for the evidence, because they want to try to distance themselves from anything Trooper Proctor touched. And I am not surprised that we are then seeing family members laying foundation for who's in video and everyone else, because they are going to want to distance. I see some in the chat already asking, but they have to call Proctor. I don't know. In the motion hearings last week leading up to trial, at one point, the prosecution, the Commonwealth, said, well, we might not even call Trooper Proctor. And the defense said with a swiftness, then we will. So Trooper Proctor is going to end up on the stand one way or the other, but I imagine the Commonwealth is going to do much to distance themselves from the work that he did. With that, court should be starting back in just a minute. None of the feeds are up yet. Dr. B is calling me. I'm going to roll the intro and then we're going to get going. Let's go.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
Emily, your mic. Emily, your mic. It's too early. It's too early. Look, between dropping my kid off at school and like trying to find one of these feeds that's up and running, my mic. Either way, Dr. B was calling and was like, I will pick up Starbucks. And I was like, that's correct. That's correct. So I'm going to answer some questions. I get it. Insert funny name. Question: if you're distancing yourself from the lead investigator, why prosecute? Look, I don't have a sense for this DA yet, DA Lolly. It just makes me want to say oodle lolly, golly, what a day, like every single time, and I can't do that for 8 weeks. But look, I worked as a prosecutor for a very long time. What I will say about Prosecutor Lolly is he doesn't seem very fired up about what happened to the victim in this case. Like, somebody left a police officer to die in the snow of injuries that might not have otherwise killed him. And the victim in this case had taken over custody of his niece and nephew after both of their parents passed away in a very short period of time. Seems like a good dude. There's no fire for the prosecution at all. And I just wonder, and this phrase will have different meaning to most of you now, but I just wonder if he's literally having to walk the dog of this trial. Sometimes we would refer to it as walking your own dogs. Like, if you've done a thing, if you've filed a case and it all goes to shit, you have to walk your own dog. That's your dog. You chose it. You've got to do it. I just wonder if that's where this DA is at, where he's being told you are moving forward in the case. Does an individual DA often have the choice to dismiss a high profile case? Depends on the office, not always. So this prosecution has not a lot of fire for this case. And that's a real interesting thing. This courtroom is real empty this morning. Court TV just panned out and now they're back on the freaking fan, but they just panned out and that courtroom is not very busy. I'm going to try one more feed and we're going to answer some more questions. But why? Because I just lost the feed I thought that I had. There we go. The other ones haven't started yet. Court TV is the only one showing the fan. So we will see. Can the DA make an ADA take on the case? Yeah, they can. Also, don't get brazen with me. Yes, they can. Your bosses can do that. Your bosses can be like, this is your case now. You can advocate to the bosses, hey, I don't want to do this. But short of quitting the office, there's not always a ton you can do on control over your own cases. It's like public defenders. Hey, this is your defendant. If you really don't have a conflict, there's not a lot you can do. But this prosecutor does not look happy to be in that case. And then at the end of the day, someone died. Like, he just didn't come in with Trooper Proctor shouldn't have died. Like, where was that in the opening statement? Not Trooper Proctor. Emily, wrong. We'll fix it in post. Officer O'Keefe shouldn't have died. And he was left in the snow. And what you will hear in evidence from the coroner medical examiner is that hypothermia was a factor in his death. And they believe it's Karen Reed, had Karen Reed intervened, he wouldn't be dead. And that's why you're here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Because this man's life should not have been cut short. And what the evidence will show you, this is the state's case, what the evidence will show you is that his DNA is on his girlfriend Karen Reed's bumper. Her taillight is broken, and pieces of her taillight were found where his body was found. Microscopic plastic was found on his clothing. You'll see evidence that his cell phone shows he never went into the house where a party was, despite what you might hear from the defense in this case. You're going to hear from witnesses that talked about Karen Reed's statements. I hit him. You're going to hear how she was freaking out at the hospital And you're going to hear that their relationship was not what she would like you to believe that it is. That's a little argumentative. You're going to hear that there were problems in the relationship before they went out that night. You're going to hear that everyone involved was drinking heavily. I would have thrown in, you're going to hear that Karen Reed seemed to still be a bit intoxicated the next morning when interacting with law enforcement. And you are here, ladies and gentlemen, to determine the facts in this case. But I submit that the evidence will show you that there's no real controversy over how Officer O'Keefe died. He was hit by the car that Karen Reed was driving, that backed up over however many feet he said at whatever MPH he said. And it knocked him down and he hit the back of his head, and his injuries are consistent with that fracturing to the back of his head and the bleeding to his brain. And if he had gotten help then, he could have survived. But he was left to die in the snow. How hard is that? Like, what are we doing? The prosecution was just like, there's a backup camera on the Lexus. Okay. Oh, posh. Hi. I totally forgot to order Starbucks. I did. No, that's not mine. No, definitely not mine. Wrong Emily. No. Sorry, chat. No, wrong Emily. No, wrong Emily. I'm putting it in right now. I don't know what you do with that. Go tell them you picked up the wrong Emily's order and apologize profusely. They love me at that Starbucks. It's going to be fine. I'm going to put in my order right now. Apologize to other Emily. It's probably the Emily with the IE because they always mix up our orders. Okay, bye. Sorry. He's like, this doesn't look like your order. And I was like, that's because it's not. I was busy giving an opening statement and trying to protect the chat at all costs from the fan swirling in the courtroom. Let me go ahead and share my screen with something else. Chat, it's going to be that kind of a morning. Is my screen shared yet? No. Well, let's do that. Look, chat. All we've got is this screen. I'm trying to switch between feeds, but nothing is happening in court. They were so punctual yesterday. You know what they're not today? Is punctual. But at least we'll know if court starts. It's early. That was supposed to be this. That was supposed to be this. We're going to order coffee. Look, streaming is dynamic. My poor husband is just like, what? Good Lord. My Starbucks app is like, it doesn't look like you're close. No, I'm not close. But my person is. My person is close. I feel so bad for other Emily. I'm sorry, other Emily. I apologize. Poor Emily. Poor Emily. So look, again, I've got a ton of questions. I've got a ton of questions about the prosecution's case. I need to text him. Sorry, doctor, I failed. That was a massive F. It's no. He was like, this isn't a cold brew. It's like he knows me. It was funny. My teen said something this morning, and I responded to him. I don't even remember what it was. And he's like, that's exactly what Dad said. I said, sweetheart, your father and I have been together since 1998. Are you surprised that we say the same shit in response to the same shit? Are you shocked at this point? Miguelina commented that the fan looks like the lights are off in court. It really does. The courtroom was empty. They had panned down to attorney Alan Jackson earlier in the court. Here, let's just zoom back to that and show you what I mean. It was like a moment where they had zoomed briefly down into the court and show it was empty in the courtroom, which leads me to believe something is happening. I'll go look on Twitter. This might just be a white balance issue. Let's see. Where was it? There was the briefest of moments down into the courtroom. All right. Let's pull this up on screen a little bit bigger. This was a few minutes ago. We're back to just the fan, but look at that. Ah, no. Cameraman, look. Camera human. But when you look at this courtroom, it's empty. Like there's a little bit of media there. The families aren't there. Not all of the attorneys are there. The prosecution's not all there. The court said 8 and was very punctual yesterday. But this is a very empty courtroom. So are they ready? I don't know. All right, let's get back to real time because well, that's all we got. This is going to give me a migraine. I'm not surprised other feeds haven't started yet, but court was supposed to start like now. Let's see. I said 8 a.m. my time, but it's supposed to start at 9 a.m. local time. We're going to get to questions. It's okay. Look. I run late, so I don't have any smoke for the court running late. I run late. I get it. So it's early in the case to be running late. A juror could be running late. There was traffic dropping my kid off at school. Not that I live in the same state, but I get it. People can be running late. It's early up. It's early in court. Catherine Williams was thinking exactly what I was saying. Really, really bad traffic this morning. And it might just be that jurors are stuck in traffic. Twitter says there's a multi-vehicle accident near the courthouse, which maybe probably. If jurors are late and if jurors are late, that is one of the things that will quickly delay court. And it's also, the jurors have not been in court that much. But you know what? I'm going to zoom back to that and see if we can get one more look at that pan of the courtroom, because some of you have commented on the layout. The layout of this courtroom is very small, but at least with the pan out, we get a good overview of the courtroom, and we'll talk about it real quick, and then we'll just, answer questions and chat. I did a members only behind the scenes of the podcast recording last night and showed a couple little reels from Instagram that we were talking about. The entire thing got restricted because of one of the Instagram reels. I don't leave them up anyway, but it was like big red X's it's like none shall pass on the YouTube video. I was like, oh, this is why we don't do meme streams, because it's immediate yeet. All right, let's take a look at what we going on. We've got that large display kind of in the back corner. The windows are beautiful. Large display in the back corner that's facing the jury box. The deputy in the white shirt where you can see the mic is standing in front of where the jury box would be. The camera is pointing out from behind the jury box towards the courtroom. The gallery, you can see how small it is. It's like literally 2 pews, and then the back row with the bar where there are 6 maybe members of the media, which is why it's so hard for the media to get into this trial, because the seats are reserved for family members in those 2 pews in front of that bar where everybody's laptops are. That's where the prime bottle was yesterday. The tape that you see right by the Court TV logo, can I move me out of the way better? So right by the Court TV logo, you'll see tape on the, I keep calling them pews. Tell me you grew up Catholic without growing up Catholic, but whatever. The tape on the benches is right where the attorneys stand, and that is blocked off. I think also if anybody sat there, it would put them too close to the jury given how small this courtroom is. You see how close the lectern is to the defense table, but then you've also got the prosecution table stacked in front of the defense and then the judge's bench right there. This is not just a small courtroom. This is a tiny courtroom. Like it's a tiny, tiny courtroom. So there we go. We've gotten a little more of the layout of the courtroom. They're definitely pews. I mean, but look at how small that is. Just the smallest of courtrooms. Violent, I am feeling better today. Day by day, my neck is just still mad. Chrissy said calling benches pews didn't even register. I mean, it's really what they are. They are shaped exactly like pews. But they're like, if somebody eats garlic for lunch, the entire courtroom is going to know. It is such a small courtroom. All right. Let me let Dr. B know it's, oh, he has the Starbucks app. So he's like, Emily, what? I guess we're going to get extra Starbucks this morning because there's no way Starbucks is going to be like, what we're not going to do is take back the Starbucks that you improperly picked up. All right. Yeet, immediately yeet. All right, let me catch up to real time. Make sure we haven't missed anything while we were talking about the layout of the courtroom. Guess what? We didn't. Still the fan. All right, well, at least I know that it's not up. And again, if there's traffic, that's fine. I'm going to answer some questions. Thank you so much, Miguelina. I'm going to just make sure all the audio is off so when court does go live, it doesn't destroy everyone's eardrums, including my own. So let's just do some questions, shall we? I'm gonna pull up the chitty chat separate and apart from this. We've overviewed the case. Tomorrow's podcast is on the Britney Spears conservatorship and the end of the Britney Spears conservatorship. If you've been following that case, I don't know if you're going to be happy with what I have to say. Not me. It's not me you're going to be unhappy with. What happened in court is what you're going to be unhappy with. I'm just the one who's going to be sharing it with you. So that's tomorrow, and that's going to be a lot. That'll go live before court. Maybe we'll put it live over the lunch period, Miguelina. We'll talk about it. Maybe we'll put it live over the lunch period. But it's a lot for the settlement of the Britney Spears conservatorship that it's just... it's frustrating and kind of sad. That's where we're going with that. Let's get to questions. I'm going to pull up my other chat feed so that I have it. Why is it not why? Oh, because I didn't just grab the link because it's too early and I haven't had coffee yet. Emily, tell me how well you do in the morning without telling me how well you do in the morning. Look, when I left the DA's office, not being in court at 8 a.m. was the thing I was looking forward to the most. I was like, I am going to miss my colleagues. I like being in trial, but there are some things about this job, commuting for hours plus in Los Angeles traffic and being in court at like 8 a.m. Just the worst. Just the worst. So if you do not have the Lawnard app, that would be helpful. So go ahead and get the lawnardapp.com and we'll go from there. JSDs said, what about the brother-in-law blowing a kiss to Karen at the hospital? Look, this man has lost his sister and his brother-in-law and was just walking out of the room from seeing his other sibling deceased. I don't know if anything he did would strike me as odd because I have no idea. I think it was meant to be an acknowledgement of like, we're here for you, because this was before there was any reason to think anything. And she was clearly upset. They were friendly. They spent a lot of time together. I wonder if it was meant to just be like love to you acknowledgement. So I'm not strange about it. She's part of the family group chat with the brother and the mother. The family's been through a lot. So I really am not making much of it other than an acknowledgement. But he seemed to be like, even like, I don't know, this is what I did. Like, I don't know. It's really, I just don't have any judgment for that, because he can't go over and hug her. How do you acknowledge someone? Because she's screaming, and we heard it from the police in-car video. It seemed that the windows were up. From the police in-car video, we could hear her wailing. I imagine that that was similar at the hospital, with at that point her screaming, is he dead? Is he dead? You can't go hug her. She's being restrained by hospital staff so she doesn't go busting into the room. So I don't make much of it. I think he was trying to acknowledge her, but I don't know if that will stand out to the jury 3 days from now. If she thinks she may have hit him in the driveway or near it, how did he end up halfway across the yard? I don't know. I think that's why they're going to do a jury view. Because if you pull into a driveway and are backing up this way, it would seem that anything behind you would go that way. Like, I don't think in the snow that she was backing up into the driveway and then backing out. So I don't know. Hope asked, what is the clerk covering her mouth with? That is the stenographer, the court reporter, and it is the oral stenography machine. We also saw it used in Murdaugh, as opposed to typing into the steno machine. I imagine, because carpal tunnel is a huge issue, I imagine that it is easier physically to do stenography that way. Liz Lizard Breath said, Emily, are you using StreamYard to make your videos as well? Yes, I use StreamYard for literally everything that I do on the interwebs. Kubi said there's an app, Lawnerd app at lawnerdapp.com. Tamara said, you know who else hasn't had coffee? The other. It's fair. The other Emily is like, damn it. And my husband tried. So we tried. How do you get up that early regularly? I didn't love it. I felt like I was dying all the time. Look, my circadian rhythm really likes to work late in the afternoon into the evening and sleep in a bit later. It's when I do my best. It's when I do my best work. I do much better later in the day. So Elizabeth said, question, wouldn't it be super shady for the prosecution not to call their lead investigator and then have the defense have to do it? No, I don't think shady is the right word. It would look like they're hiding something. So maybe that does feel shady. Like it would just look like they're hiding something, because what they would be hiding is Trooper Proctor. So would it look bad? Yeah, it would look bad. So sus. I guess I would use the word sus. It would be sus as fuck. I think they're not going to be able to get away from that. Question, will you cover any part of the lawsuit against Logan Paul for allegedly using a dangerous amount of the Forever Chemical and Prime products? Kristen, the only reason I know about that is because there's some lawyer on TikTok who other commentators I watch is talking about, because they misrepresented. The commentators say that they misrepresented the lawsuit. When we do another food court, we will cover it. It's going to be a minute before we do another food court. Birdie said, question, is Karen Reed also being charged with a DWI? Yes, except I think they call it OUI, operating under the influence. But yes, yes, she is. There are three charges in the indictment, including the OUI causing death, including the hit and run that related to the death, and then the second degree murder. So yes. Let's see. Nessa asked about the app. Nessa, there will be a community aspect to it. That is not there yet, but we are almost done building it out. So for now, it is notifications and info from me and quick access to watching the videos. It's just a click through for everything that goes live on both channels. Irene, question, if the jury is sitting right across from the family, how can they not be emotionally affected? Can that be fair? It happens in every trial that there is family in the courtroom. And sometimes they are sitting in, like, the jury is sitting to the side and they are sitting in the back, but it happens in every courtroom. I've not seen the family be overly emotional, but that is a part of trials. So no, I mean, is anyone going to expect that the family's not emotional? At the end of the day, there's no controversy that Officer O'Keefe died and that it wasn't of natural causes. So of course they're going to be sad. I don't think that influences the jury one way or the other, that the victim's family is upset. And I don't think it should. So we'll see. L44, 444 something. Do you think Trooper Proctor will plead the fifth, and is he allowed to selectively answer or plead the fifth? So pleading the fifth is not kind of the way it looks on TV. It goes question by question. So they can't put him up to testify and say, what's your name? And he goes, I plead the fifth. No, you have to say who you are. Are there certain things he could try to plead the fifth to? Sure. Is that going to look real fucking bad? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Could Trooper Proctor's behavior, if it's as the defense says it is, taint the entire trial? Yeah, it could. I hear court rumblings and paper. Could it taint the entire thing? Yeah. Could the jury be like, anything this man touched, we can't rely on? Yeah. The seeds were planted for that by the defense in their opening. Let's see. I'm going to answer some more questions, and I can hear the court. You guys can probably hear the court. It's on mono at the moment, which is... Sarah said, I'm so proud of Emily. Late stream with the podcast and she's up this early. Look, I'm uncaffeinated.
Hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the honor of first justice, W. Now sitting in the Chairman Superior Court within Boulder County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard.
God save the Commonwealth. Please be seated. Court is now in session.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22117.
Well, we are...
Okay. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning.
We are finally in court. So we need to do this. First of all, they seem to start the feed when the jury's already in. So here we go.
Bring the jury.
Ladies, gentlemen, humans, law nerds, and friends of the internet jury, y'all, it is time for day 2. I will answer questions as I can as we get into this.
Jurors, I appreciate everybody's commute today. Took everyone, I'm sure, a lot longer than we all anticipated.
Traffic.
But we thank you for being so promptly. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone yesterday?
Okay, look, Your Honor, that's great. I cannot abide by the mono. So I'm going to try to switch feeds and see if anything is not in mono. Okay, that feed is not up. That feed is in mono. Okay, well, we will be looking for another feed that's not in mono. For now, it is a one headphone type of situation.
Yes, I nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. Could we have Officer Saraf, please?
All right, they're calling the witness back up. I'm going to see if we can switch to the court TV feed and see if it's in. See if it's in.
Draw near, give your attendance.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22117.
Oh, they're delayed.
Okay.
All right. Well, they're delayed, but they have closed captioning and they're in mono. So though the court TV feed is, it looks like a minute or two delayed, less than a minute delayed. We're going to end up a little delayed anyway. I'd rather have the closed captioning. Chat, do you agree? Do you agree you'd rather have the closed captioning and the mono instead of the single stereo? I hope so, because that's where I'm at.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I appreciate everybody's.
I'm going to do this.
Today. Took everyone, I'm sure,
I'm going to change it.
than we all anticipated.
So
thank you for being so promptly.
everybody's like, yes, closed captioning. Perfect.
Was everyone able to follow the
This
instruction?
feed just does not look as good.
With anyone yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
Oh, there we go. All right, I'm going to gain this audio up. Oh, God, the sound.
This way.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that amount of white noise. This
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
I hate this
Keep in
feed.
mind, you're still under oath.
It's super fuzzy.
Cheer.
Oh, it's super fuzzy. All right. That one's in mono. The audio is so much better. Oh, I hate all of it. Hold on. Chat, until I find a feed that doesn't make me want to claw my ears out, we're going to have to switch. Let's see. I'm going to zoom back a little bit as we start the cross-examination of this officer. Okay, there's a crawl on the, as we find a feed that is not crawled, the law and crime feed thankfully has closed captioning. It looks like it has stereo, and it is not blurry AF. We're going to be jumping around feeds today, it seems, but we'll do our best. Counsel's me right now, yawning at
All right,
everything.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Officer Saraf. Good morning.
I mean, that's
is there anything that you would like to change
better-ish.
or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday that you thought about overnight?
No.
Did you discuss your testimony with
Crawl.
any person between the time you got off the stand yesterday and coming back to the courtroom?
No.
Officer Saraf, I want to ask you a question about, or a couple of questions about something called a dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
The MDTs.
What is a dispatch log? Can you describe to the jurors?
Just notes saying what time calls come in and sometimes a short synopsis of what happened on the call.
It's an official document generated by the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Remember,
It's created at or near the
Business
time of
records.
the event that it's recording,
Yes.
and it's supposed to be accurate.
Yep. Yeah.
Business
Yes.
Records
Is that
Foundation.
yes?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event that's
Yes,
in
the
question.
questions are leading. It's
Whatever officers show
cross-examination.
up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, the location to which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that document.
All right, we're switching feeds one last time. Chat, I'm sorry. I really do want a feed that's not, A, going to be distracting for everybody, and B, you can hear and see. This says we have closed captioning. We'll see. I'm optimistic, and then we will zoom to catch up.
What is a dispatch log? Can you describe to the jurors?
Just notes saying what time calls come in and sometimes a short.
Document generated by the Canton Police
All right,
at
this
or
is
near the
business
time of the
records
event.
exception.
Is that yes?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And in fact, what it has, or what things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
We've already heard this.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27.
He's going to approach with the dispatch log, I imagine, for the
Tell me if you
timing
recognize that document.
of the whole thing. All right, hopefully these closed captions will start populating.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It looks like the log.
This is Attorney Alan Jackson.
Question.
The sound is
So
so
that's the
much
dispatch log
better.
for what date?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes.
To the right, one of the three officers that was called to the scene.
Yes.
And that looks like the dispatch log for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Yes, we are on
May I
cross-examination.
publish this as we?
You guys,
Yes.
some days the feeds are better than others. This
really
is
small font. I'm gonna. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
this is
This is not an eye
the way it's
contest.
going to be.
That I would not.
I exam, I should say.
It's interesting because the feeds are so
The
different.
magic of technology. All right. You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen, but my eyes aren't that great either. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you
Sure.
testified yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has this dispatch log shows that you
It does.
and
Oh,
then
there we have
Officer
focus.
Mullaney and then
Just
Sergeant
beginning to
Good
question my
all
prescription.
arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
But that's not what the video
That's what it
shows.
says, yes.
It actually has Officer Mullaney arriving first at 6:09:26. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that it also has
The highlighting is
3
so
seconds
good.
later at 6:09:29 you arriving. Is that right?
I mean, I would trust the video versus the log.
6:29 it says.
Wouldn't you?
Excuse me, it's 6:09, yes.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry, yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09 and 33 seconds, correct?
Sure, yep.
So all 3 of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event, has Officer Mullaney arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving
It reads,
third. all
person
within
found in Snowbank,
7
Officer
seconds of
Saraf
each
from
other,
Mullaney
correct?
to respond
Correct.
That is
with
completely false.
CFD.
Yes.
Yeah, you've looked at your dispatch, your dash cam, correct? And clearly, we saw it yesterday. You arrive and there's nobody else on scene.
Correct.
Yep.
That was at about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
About that, yes.
And
It's
then Officer
interesting.
Mullaney actually arrives after.
It's interesting to me that the officer, he's like, that's completely false. And the officer was like, yep. Oftentimes you'll see officers say it's not accurate, but you'll have to talk to dispatch. But he was just like, yeah, no, that's not what happened.
You about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
I don't think the logs were changed. I
Yes.
just think the
And
logs,
Sergeant Good
logs
does
are
not
wrong.
arrive, according to your own dash cam.
The dash
until
cam
about
time was
6:16,
right.
a little after 6:15.
Yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are, yes.
Well, the times and the orders, right? I mean, not only did Officer Mullaney not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's
and
correct.
then he arrived.
Sure,
So that's 2 things that are wrong about just that, correct?
sure.
The
and then it has
purpose,
Sergeant Good arriving 4
the
seconds
purpose is
after
to
you,
point
which
out
is
that
also
things are
incorrect.
wrong about this investigation
He
from
didn't
the
arrive until
moment they arrive on
about
scene.
6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
I don't think the logs are all that
Did you
important.
have you reviewed this document
Truly.
in the past?
Yeah.
But
No,
You've never seen the dispatch log?
no.
in
Did you
the-
ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log
Alan,
is so important?
you're so LA. You talk so fast, just like me. But in the totality of the circumstances, is this going to matter? It could, because the defense is saying the entire investigation from the beginning is a problem. Can this officer clear it up? Can someone else clear it up? Yes. Will it matter to show that? Maybe. Maybe. Because it starts out to the jury. They had opening yesterday where the defense said this whole investigation is fucked, summary. And now they started with, but the dispatch logs at the very beginning aren't even right.
And so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the
Alan
defense.
talks much faster than any of the other attorneys
But
in that
without that
courtroom.
dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that what happened, correct.
And do you think it's accurate otherwise?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not in order, no. It's not. Not in order, no.
Other than
In
the
time.
order and the time that the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your mind?
Can you rephrase?
Sure.
Say it one more time.
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that. Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes.
Take a look at the left-hand column where it's highlighted in green. What's that address?
And again,
Green?
I see a lot of the chat saying, I don't know why they would mess with the dispatch log. They're not. I'm sure the state will call someone to talk about how the dispatch log is created. Some of the officers might have called in that they were arriving on scene as they were pulling down the street. Some of them might have called in because they knew they weren't going anywhere else. Like, there's reasons that the timing might be off. The problem is, by the time the prosecution answered those questions, the seeds of doubt have already been laid as to this issue, and that's the point.
On the screen, it's highlighted.
I'm sorry.
So-
I'm
I'm
sorry.
like,
I don't have the document.
that's okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
you arrived at 34 Fairview Road,
That's
correct?
correct.
Because the address is
So
also
that, even
incorrect.
the location on the dispatch log is faulty, is that right?
Sure, yep.
It's inaccurate. Thanks, Dr. B.
May I approach you on
Is that my
Yes.
food and not the other Emily's food? That doesn't look like
Yep.
the right coffee.
You testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
The lights, please.
Don't recall. Probably what I said in the grand
To
jury.
refresh your recollection, if you took a quick glance
Sure.
at a copy of your grand jury testimony. May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Food is here.
Thank you.
I would imagine, as with most
Officer Sheriff,
courthouses,
I've
this
been
is in the
favor
city
of
center
highlighting a page on page
near
9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually
police and fire
arrived?
It says 35 Fairview.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to 35.
Do you notice how
Yes.
he
And that
punctuates
is incorrect
his
as well,
words?
isn't it? May I approach on?
Yes.
Udalali doesn't punctuate his words. Jackson, and I'm just going to call him, Jackson,
Have
because
you reviewed any of the
if I call him Alan Jackson, the chat's going to get confused that he's not a country singer. But he punctuates the words he wants the jury to hear. The prosecution is so monotone that they punctuate nothing. He's like, he punctuates oath. You can hear the words in the sentence he wants you to keep in mind. It's very effective. And for 8 weeks, it's going to tell the jury what to pay attention to.
officers' reports that relate to your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No.
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with
Emily,
Sergeant
the
Good that
feed's
he
dark
wrote
because
in
they
his
turned off the
official
lights to
report
see
that you responded to 32
the screen with the report up.
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road as the actual location where you responded that morning, correct?
Strawberry
As far as I know,
lemonade
yes, sir.
and a croissant
Was there
at
an
8
effort
o'clock in the morning?
on your part or anybody else's to your
Other
knowledge
Emily and I need to
to
chat.
mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road?
No.
All those are just mistakes
Yes.
over and over and over.
Yes.
I appreciate that he's not backing away from it. He's like, yeah, that's not accurate. I know
When
I'm
you
not
made
muted.
contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Karen Reed was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
You saw blood in her hair?
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. But certainly blood on her face from having.
Do you notice how Alan Jackson, even in his follow-up question, left open that that's the truth? Oh, you didn't notice that. He didn't say there wasn't blood in her hair. He said, you didn't notice that. Look, he is an incredibly good attorney, but you will notice it in those little things where you will hear him even rephrase the question to, oh, you just didn't notice it, not that it wasn't there. So anyway, we'll keep going. And no, I am not shaming other Emily on her strawberry lemonade order. It's just, it's not coffee and it's very early. Like strawberry lemonade is giving 3 p.m. to me. That's all. That's all.
Engaged in some sort of CPR activity?
Yes.
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
It looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw
I
Terry
swear I'm not
Roberts
coming for you,
seemingly
Chad. I just need
assisting
coffee.
with chest compressions. Is that right?
I'm not asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection? There's just no question.
No, you can ask it the question.
Oh, she's starting to state the grounds. That's going to go south real quick. She's starting to talk instead of just saying objection. The defense stuck to it yesterday. The prosecution today is already starting to talk
On her
over their
face from
objection.
having engaged in some sort of CPR activity?
Yes.
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
It looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that
Objection?
right?
I'm not asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection? There's just no question.
No, you can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet.
She's like, he's not
Finish the
asking a
question.
question. He's
Thank
just
you, Your Honor.
saying shit. That's
Did you also see
cross-examination,
Carrie
ma'am.
Roberts, seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it appeared that somebody was doing
What about
arches.
the third woman, Jennifer McCabe?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe
All the other women.
ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did you witness that?
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged.
Yes.
Giraffe 3 baby lover. Yes, this is Alan Jackson is a
Is it
former
true that
Los Angeles
Jennifer
County
McCabe
Deputy District Attorney.
Pulled you aside while my client
He also
and
ran
Carrie
for
Roberts
district attorney.
stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation.
Yes.
And she was providing some
Before
sort
he
of
became a
narrative.
defense attorney after
Correct.
he lost that
Correct.
election.
While the other two women
prosecuted
are trying to save John
Phil
O'Keefe's
Spector.
life, she's talking to you
He also defended Harvey Weinstein,
for
so there's that.
brief seconds, I would say.
for brief seconds.
Yes.
You saw the dash cam video. Was those several minutes on the dash cam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you? Are those the brief seconds?
I don't know what time frame
That's
you're talking
compound
about.
AF.
I'm talking about right after you got there.
Right after I got there.
Correct.
Also,
Did you
the
ever
dash
see
cam
Jennifer McCabe do
footage
anything
doesn't
physically
show.
to help John O'Keefe?
No, I didn't see anything.
Did Jennifer McCabe offer to you during that brief seconds that you described, this narrative that she was having, this conversation she was having with you, did she ever offer the fact that she was standing in front of her sister's house?
No.
That's odd.
Did she ever offer the fact that her brother-in-law, who lives in the house, is a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's getting
Were you
into
apprised at any time?
Jennifer McCabe was out with Karen Reed at John O'Keefe's body, and they're saying, did she ever mention this is my sister's house? No? Weird. And he's kind of scooting right along with those.
While you were out there, that the homeowner was a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why was that sustained? I don't know, because I don't know the grounds.
Based on your
He's a good witness,
observations
though. He just sat there and waited.
between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
How is she deriving the
Between Karen
grounds?
Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
You would agree with me, Officer Saraf, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, you're trained to write those reports and memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh in your memory.
Correct.
When did he
You
write
don't
his
write a
report?
about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years from now.
No.
As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. When you respond to a scene, it's somewhat important. You need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy.
That's compound.
You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation, where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct?
That's correct.
Nishay in the chat said,
These
I
are
don't
called
like
incident
cops, but this one
reports,
seems cool.
Yes.
He's not running away from the answers. The report's wrong. The report's wrong. He's just been very
I'm holding what
clear
appears to be a multi-page document.
and
that is
just
entitled
neutral with his
Report.
testimony.
Yes.
Take a look at the tab page.
Maui Swift, compound means that you're
recognize
asking multiple questions at once.
What's on that page?
So if there's an answer, you don't know if it's, especially a yes or no answer, you don't know which part it's yes to. It's like, so isn't it true that your favorite Starbucks order is a strawberry lemonade? Your favorite food is a chocolate croissant and you were speeding on the way to Starbucks this morning? Well, if you answer no, part of the thing might be true. And if you answer yes, part of the thing might not be true. So compound, too many questions in one.
I'm sorry.
Say
Do
it
you
to my kids all
recognize
the
that?
time.
All I'm asking is,
Oh,
you
yes.
recognize that as your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you write that?
Yes, sir.
When did you write that?
I believe the morning of,
So that would be January 29th,
that's correct.
a little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes,
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
yep,
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
yes,
You were trying to be as accurate as possible,
yes,
as comprehensive as possible,
yes,
and as thorough as possible.
yes,
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
that's correct.
That
Yes.
seems consistent with what we saw in the video. I definitely didn't speed to Starbucks.
There was no limit
My husband picked it
to
up.
the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
Nope,
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
that's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And it was, is that yes?
Yes,
There was no reason to abbreviate anything.
Sure
Is that
is
right?
very local.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment
yes,
and put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced,
That's
what you
asked
observed,
and
and what
answered.
you heard that morning, correct?
yes,
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the
Is
incident,
he dead?
or
Is he
minutes after
dead?
the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Correct?
yes,
And yesterday,
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
you
I
can
don't know
see
what day it
the victim's brother
Refresh your recollection,
and
take a look at-
sister-in-law in the courtroom sitting with his
May I approach?
parents.
Yes.
They testified yesterday, so the exclusionary order, sequestration order, no longer applies to them because they've already testified. Oh, he knows what's coming. He's already testified at a grand jury, maybe 2 grand
Take a
juries.
look at that report. that's
So
dated
yeah,
March
he knows what's
15,
coming.
but
He's not
reflects an interview
surprised
on January 30
by
and
any of
tell me
this.
if you recognize it.
There's been at least 2 grand juries.
looks like his report.
Okay, that's
Proctor's
Officer-
report.
I'm sorry, that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview that he did with you, correct?
Yes,
And if you look on the second page, paragraph
Huxley
about what
Ducky,
you stated to.
I'm proud of you
Trooper
for
Proctor.
getting your packing done.
that's highlighted? Is
I
that-
highlighted for you, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Cheryl,
Did you
I'm going to
tell
answer that at a
Trooper
question.
Proctor- Let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
yes,
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct?
Nicole Rust,
You wanted to be
recover
as truthful
well.
and as honest as you possibly could,
yep,
and as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
yes,
I'm going to talk about that at the
You
break.
told Trooper Proctor that you could, quote, hear Karen Reed continually state, "Is he dead?" as the paramedics treated the victim. Officer Saraf then seen Karen inside her friend's vehicle, correct?
correct.
So the only statement you attributed to my client the day after this incident was those 3 words, "Is he dead?"
Did she say
Continually repeated.
something different yesterday?
Is that right?
Yes,
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm looking at my notes. I don't think he said anything different. Do you see how I'm questioning? Oh, this is all my fault. I did this. That's what he said yesterday. He
In the
said,
2
she
times
said,
that
this
you
is all
were
my fault.
asked
I did this
to
yesterday.
reflect back on exactly what happened.
That's
that
why
morning,
we're going down this
January
line.
29th and January 30th. Both times you attributed only 3 words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. "Is he dead?" Right?
yes,
And she wasn't saying that calmly, I'm assuming.
no,
Matter of fact, you used the word she was severely
That's the difference.
distraught. Is that right?
that's correct.
When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that on your dash cam.
She did say, "Is he dead?" But she
Emotional.
also
Yes.
said, "This is
upset,
all my fault.
Yes.
I did this." The
Focused on
officer
John.
said she said that yesterday.
trying to save his life,
Yes.
and asking, what was the question that she asked?
Clever.
Is he dead?
Over and over and over, correct?
See how his
Correct.
questions sound like argument?
Then you were asked to testify in April of 2022.
Multiple
April
grand
14th,
jury.
2022 at a state-run grand jury by the Commonwealth.
Interesting that he
In fact,
clarified.
Mr. Lally was the fine prosecutor who was asking you the questions, correct?
Yes.
Between the time
Alan.
you wrote your report on January 29th and you gave a statement officially on January 30th, between that
Safe
time
travels to South
and when you
Carolina, Mike.
testified
Bring the jury
in
for us.
April of 2022, do you have any meetings with
Good to see you,
anybody from the
Octo.
Massachusetts State Police?
Thank you, Michael.
No.
Do you have any meetings with Mr. Lally?
No.
Did Mr. Lally put you on the stand without talking to you first?
No. He, for this trial?
Nope. I'm just
The grand jury.
The dates in question are up to April 14th,
The grand jury.
2022. Exactly.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you met with either Mr. Lally or any of his contemporaries to discuss your potential testimony?
Not. I don't recall meeting with him for that. No. One time I met with him in his office was a couple of weeks ago with this.
In preparation for this testimony?
Correct.
Not for the grand jury.
Your testimony now is that he didn't meet with you or you did not connect with him to discuss your testimony before the April grand jury?
That's what he just said.
I don't recall.
When you did testify
He might not have, though, is the
in that
thing.
grand jury,
He really might not have. But it makes it seem odd, doesn't it? It makes
You
it
changed your
seem
story.
like, are you telling us
No.
you didn't meet with him, but you
you
did?
believe you testified completely consistently.
It leaves that
At that
impression,
grand jury
right?
as you had in your report.
I testified for what I remember what happened, sir.
Don't cut him off.
Was your memory better in April than it was minutes or hours after the event?
Was it better?
Was it better or worse?
I remember what I
I don't
remember.
know. I don't know.
Do you think your memory gets better as time goes on?
Not usually, no.
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 Usually it's the opposite, isn't it?
Yes.
Memories get foggy, they fade.
Yes.
Which is why you write reports the day of the incident, if you can, correct?
Yes.
Yep. This is
You
not
remember
even a
what you
feisty
testified to at the
cross.
grand jury in April of 2022?
The whole thing?
No,
Oh,
sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Just as it relates to statements attributed to my client,
Yes.
what was your exact testimony in April of 2022?
Does
I'd
he remember that?
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your
Sure.
grand jury transcript? May I approach?
Yes.
He uses sure and yes synonymously.
Look at page 18.
I'm going to zoom.
Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
He's looking at his testimony.
In fact, on April 14th, 2022, months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote,
Okay, I'm back.
and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die,
I'm surprised I didn't object that
if
way.
he's dead. And, I just basically said, we're doing the best that we could, end quote.
He's reading
That's
in his previous testimony from the grand jury.
Yes.
What he's trying to insinuate, or at least I think he's insinuating, because this is how it
So
feels
in
to me,
April of
is that
2022,
the
for
things
first
she said
time,
grew
you
over
attributed
time.
The phrase, this is my fault,
but that's
I
not
can't
genuine
believe this
memory.
happened
That's
to my client, correct?
narrative.
That's correct.
but nowhere in your official report did you say that.
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
You think that was
When you show up at a crime scene and it seems that somebody is dead, lying on the ground, and someone is screaming, "This is all my fault. I did it. Is he dead? Is he dead?" Don't you think that's important to put in your report? Some version of that is coming next.
pretty important omission on your part?
It was an oversight.
An oversight.
Sir,
That a woman whom you made contact with
but
standing
sir,
over the body of a fallen police officer said to you, this is my fault?
That question.
Just missed that one.
That one.
Yes, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't write it down.
Right.
And then, of course,
But see, the thing is, your investigating
yesterday.
officer is a problem.
and your statement changed again, right?
I don't.
Remember what you said yesterday, these jurors?
I don't remember word for word.
No. I mean, to be fair, I don't remember what I said yesterday
Well, I wrote
either.
it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday you said,
Sass.
my client said, quote, it's all my fault. I did this.
That's exactly what I wrote down too, Alan.
Remember that?
This is all my fault.
Yes, sir.
I did this. That's what he
Didn't say
said.
that
She
to grand
said.
Jury, and you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor,
Oh,
No, sir.
the log.
and you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
If it was just one officer that is a problem, the state can overcome it.
you
But
were
if
to
this
testify
becomes
in
a
another 2 or 3
pattern,
weeks,
it's not going to be good.
you think her statement would just keep evolving?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you hear, chat? Do you want to play Guess the Objection? I know it. I'm not going to play. I wish I could see Alan's face, but because he's the point of this, listen to this.
If you were to testify in another 2 or 3 weeks, you think her statement would just keep evolving?
Objection.
Sustained.
Stripes
Now I
and
want to shift
naps.
gears for a
You're the
second
first
and talk
one in the
about what
chat.
Ms. Reed actually said.
Argumentative is correct.
You said that you reviewed your dash cam video.
Tracy,
correct?
sustained means you
Once.
can't answer it.
Do you remember when you arrived? One of the first things out of your mouth
Argumentative.
was the question, what happened?
Yes,
That would be a
We'll talk
natural
about what that
question.
means
Sure.
later.
Yeah.
Trying to assess the scene and assess the situation.
absolutely.
And you would want to listen closely to what that answer was, correct?
Sure.
I don't know. That's not supposed to be happening at LH, but two different attorneys
Ms.
are
Reed did in
objecting.
fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what she said.
One rider, one horse. Like you can't ride
She
two
said,
horses
quote,
with one
my
ass,
boyfriend,
and you don't want
I
two
left
people
him.
on one horse.
and he never came home, end quote. Correct?
Wait,
I
what?
don't know.
Really?
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation.
Absolutely.
They certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to take a look at what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 26.
Ooh, exhibitties. We love exhibitties. So argumentative means that the question itself is argument. It's not actually a question. He's saying, so if you just keep testifying, this shit'll just keep changing. That's making an argument,
about
not asking a question. Now we're getting to the dash cam footage.
About the 350 runtime. I'm not looking at the
Oh,
actual.
I mean, I imagine Alan has
I'm not looking at the actual.
upwards of maybe
time day.
100 trials.
Over here, I'm looking at the runtime.
75 to
Down at the
100.
bottom. So if Mr. Bates, you could put
That's
this.
609.48. Yeah, Alan is a very experienced trial lawyer.
Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Bates. Awesome. Officer Saraf, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Saraf, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully.
He's
to
telling
the woman's
the
voice
jury what to do,
that responds
not
to what she says.
so much the officer.
Go ahead.
Very clever.
Awesome. very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
No.
Does it appear to you that she said,
Very
my
hard to hear.
boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I couldn't understand anything.
Okay.
But do you now believe that what she says is, I left him and he never came home? Because doesn't the question imply the thing?
Let's replay it one more time. Turn the volume up one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under. Sorry. I was asking Officer Saraf, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously, road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam,
Versus the
the
world.
audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully, about 9 seconds after you say what happened, for a woman's voice, and see if you can make out what that voice says.
Sure.
He just told you what he thinks it says.
Stop. Did you hear? I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what they were saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No.
You want to hear it one more time?
No,
I don't think it.
no. Turn the lights on, please.
Now, if my client had said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home,
Wouldn't you put that in your
would
report?
that be something that you would find important to put in your report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? Why sustained why?
Let's move to another area of the dash cam video.
Why sustained why? Also, the question's out there. But why sustained why? I mean, I don't know what grounds they're objecting on, but why sustained why? I can normally spot the grounds, but if you heard, okay, I need to keep going or we're never going to get through trial today. And it's only a half
We'll
day.
keep playing it at the 28
I
minute
hate
mark,
not hearing the
28
grounds.
minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Great, we can get zoomed and caught up. But based on his training and experience, if you heard that, isn't that the type of thing you would put in your report he's allowed to testify to? All right, we're gonna zoom while they're at sidebar. I like it when we have a little sidebar buffer room. Michelle said, can you explain why the judge won't allow the grounds? I don't know why this judge does what she does. Okay, now the audio is coming back on. I don't know why this judge does what she does.
Do
That's
you
what she told them.
recognize your dash cam
She said
video
objections
being
only,
the
no
left of the
grounds.
screen?
I don't know if that's her regular habit or what.
Okay. Have you looked at Sergeant Good's dash cam video, which is squared up on the right side of the screen?
No.
You've never seen it?
No.
Okay. Does it appear to you that these are two different perspectives of the same scene? In other words, you see the car or the SUV on the left side of the screen right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
You see that same SUV right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that appear to be two different perspectives, two different angles?
Yes.
Of basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals to the left of the SUV right here. There's a person wearing a hood with fur on it. Is that Carrie Roberts, to your memory?
I don't know.
Okay. There appears to be another person with a darker jacket standing just in front of that person with the hood and fur. You see that person?
That's the judge.
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am?
I'm going to ask you to.
There's been a lot of
focus
hearings. Do you
on
not
the
know we
person
can
in the
hear
darker
you?
Jacket.
Sure.
Your Honor, Miss Ma'am?
I believe, and the only reason I'm asking you to focus at this point is because I want to try to play this just once and see if you recognize what's depicted in the video.
Sure.
What I expect you may see is this person move out of sight behind the SUV.
That was me.
And then
Just for
in the
comparing
background,
contrast.
there's an SUV parked in the driveway. Pay special attention to that portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in a dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Let's go ahead and play it.
Notice how clear he makes it all when he asks the question with all the info in it. The glory of cross-examination. What the fuck is that sound? Is somebody's phone going off in court?
Pause it.
Or
Have you
somebody's
seen the person in the dark
phone
jacket,
going off in the recording?
leave the view?
What the
Yes.
hell was
Did
that?
she appear to go behind the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
It's got to be in the recording.
Go ahead and stop track.
Anyone
And
know
now
what
I'm
kind of
gonna
phone that
ask
is based
to
on ringtone?
Draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the film continues to run.
You guys, I'm not ranting and raving. There are things Alan argued in the Weinstein case that I'm still real annoyed by, but we can talk about those later. When we have bad attorneys, I definitely point it out, but I want to point out that through his questioning, he is telling the jury what to focus on in a way that few attorneys ever grasp and do well. Pay particular attention to this, officer. He's telling the jury it's such a good and effective cross. I swear I'll stop interrupting, but I just want to point out how impressive it is to see a good cross-examination. We've had some, but not many that have been this good.
Go ahead. Pause. Do you see a person standing in front of the car?
It appears to be a person. Yes.
Walking from right to left?
Yes.
Would that be toward the house?
It appears to be a person. Thanks,
yes,
sir. It's not.
Okay.
I am not a cat.
And also, if you wouldn't mind switching your perspective, now you're looking more at the front of the house. Continue watching the film and see if you see that same person
Over
walking
and
toward
over.
the house.
Oh, it does sound like a phone alarm. You're right.
Okay, stop. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah. Yes. I saw the shadow. Yes.
Right. Shadow of a person
Yes.
walking toward the front of the house. That was Jennifer McCabe going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a person going into the house?
It was a person. Yes.
He knows you have no idea.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No.
Why is Jennifer McCabe going
Would you
into the
think
house?
that,
Her sister's house.
A witness in a homicide scene. We can go ahead and raise the lights. Thank you. Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question.
You
Do
were
think it's
asking multiple
appropriate
questions,
for a witness
Alan.
at a potential homicide scene, an unconscious person scene, whatever, crime scene,
Yes.
to make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
There was nothing wrong at that point.
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't know what you're
Kind of speculative.
asking.
Officer Saraf, when you go to a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
one of the first things that you'd want to do is secure the scene.
He
and
didn't think the
separate
house was the
witnesses
scene.
so that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure.
You wouldn't want witnesses just cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
Correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their
Stories.
story.
Yet there was a person walking from the area
Assumes
where
facts,
a
not
body was
evidence.
found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
He doesn't
Does that seem
know
appropriate to you?
that calls for speculation. You're moving fast. Nobody
No.
can object.
Of course not.
That's commentary. It should be stricken. Of course not. It's not a question.
We've talked a bit about what you did and didn't hear at the scene from my client. At any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
She said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that part.
You never heard her whisper it, yell it,
He's
say
trying
it,
to
or
remember what he knows
Not that I-
and
not that I
what he
recall.
saw, it seems, because he
If you
knows.
had heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have reported that to Trooper Proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that. No.
Sir, you were at 34 Fairview for more than an hour before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
In other words, you just didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times. I
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At points, you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, and you were standing next to the body.
Yes.
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed some footprints.
You
Yes.
noticed there was a
You
body.
didn't even notice some lack of footprints.
That's correct.
So you were being observant at the area of the body
Yes.
and the area adjacent to the body.
Yes.
So there was a body.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place,
Yes.
anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think he was looking for evidence at that point. I think he was still
You
trying
never
to figure out
saw
what the
or
fuck was
otherwise
going on.
observed, located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
No.
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
No.
You never located or otherwise observed John O'Keefe's missing shoe
No.
or any other clothing of his.
I didn't. No.
Officer Saraf, did you ever think to look inside the house?
No.
That missing shoe?
No.
That never crossed your mind?
No.
You think that might have been a smart thing to do at the time?
Probably not his job.
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. Do you think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
No.
You didn't think that would have been an appropriate protocol
No.
Why?
for you or anybody else?
No.
Why?
Obviously, you did not conduct a search of that house, did you?
No.
Notice that he's not asking.
And you're
why.
aware that to this day,
For
no
real.
law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house.
I'm not aware of.
He's reminding the jury of that. He's not really asking.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's the point of cross-examination. Pepperoni, I always say I'm going to stop interrupting, and then I never do. I know, it's a commentary stream.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
We're here for the
Anything, Mr.
commentary.
Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Udalali, are we on to our next witness? Did he say just briefly? All right, good. I'm going to go grab something from the next room. Sorry to leave you alone with Lally, chat. I'll be right back.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
You were asking questions.
It's
You
gonna
were
take a minute
shown
anyway.
A dispatch log, is that correct?
That's correct.
And dispatch log, as far as the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes into being?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk, and usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene, and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FD, police, whatever resources they need, and basically.
I'm sorry,
then,
Chad, I'm back.
Type in
You're not alone.
what the call is, and
This
who's
was sent
going.
by one of the Lawnards. I have two of
So
them.
fair to say it's more important to get
For the coffee so it
assets
doesn't
allocated to a
scooge
scene,
all over
especially in the
or
case
drip
of an
all over my
emergency,
desk.
which is why someone's calling 911, than to ensure
Thank
that
you.
the dispatch time is correct.
The
down to
Lawnards have
set.
kept me
Absolutely.
together.
Now,
He's explaining the dispatch log, of course.
you were asking questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand
They
jury
want to
testimony
solve
from
it now
April
before it
2022,
lingers in the
which you
minds of the
indicated,
jurors.
during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes.
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
Yes.
My God, the pacing
And
is
you
so
also
different.
testified yesterday along
Did
the
all,
same lines.
like
correct?
after how fast
What you
Alan was, did y'all
testified
just
to
go,
before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you know Kerry Roberts?
No.
Did you know Karen Reed?
No.
You have that
Did
right?
you know John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you
They
know
weren't-
Jennifer McCabe?
No.
They weren't paying
Based
attention.
on what you've seen as far as
They were paying
the,
attention to
dash
Karen
camera,
Reed
would you be
wailing
able
in
to
the body.
differentiate between Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts from that dash camera footage?
No.
While you were on scene, did you see anybody from 34 Fairview Road, from that address, come outside?
No.
Did you see anybody from any address on that entire street for the entire 90 minutes that you were there come outside?
No.
Now,
No one
you
from
were
the
asked some
home came
questions about
outside.
some,
That's not helpful to
different
the
addresses
prosecution's
on Fairview,
case.
whether they be 32 or 35. Do you know where either 32 or 35 is located in relation to
Brianna,
34?
this is a
be next to each
fantastic
other.
point.
Sequential order.
A fantastic point.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Oh, next witness.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're on call with the call officer Stephen Mullaney to the stand.
Okay.
Stephen Mullaney.
So that's the other officer that arrived, second on scene? For those of you commenting that the judge seems tired, everyone is going to be tired. I don't know if this is Reed's side of Reed's family. I don't know, but they're sitting behind the defense. So I would imagine so, because that's where the defense testifies, or the defense is seated. I'm going to zoom.
Now hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help
As we
you
get
God.
into this
Yes.
witness, we're a little behind on time.
You
Don't
can
worry.
stand or sit, sir, whatever is more comfortable. Just make sure you speak into the
I've
microphone,
never heard a
please.
judge let a witness stand, but
Okay,
that
whenever you're ready,
indicates
Mr. Lally.
how small the witness box is. It's like a
Morning,
witness
sir.
pen.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the judge?
Stephen Mullaney, Mullaney.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman
How long
Canton.
have you been a patrolman for the Canton Police?
since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And
Second on scene.
if I could call your attention to the evening
I'll
of
try, I'm gonna
January
catch up
28th,
on questions.
2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And
Karen.
were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to? And what was
Penthouse
that in?
Bath Code. That sounds very fun. Have fun at the
34
Mickey Expo.
Fairview
That sounds great.
Road for a unresponsive party.
Now, if we could turn back just for a second, as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with Canton Police, are there different sort of geographic sectors
you, Aaron.
within the town to which you're assigned?
That's why I get
Yep, I was
commentary.
assigned to the east sector.
And it's
I'll
Fairview
get to
Road
that.
within that east sector?
It's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call in the west sector. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
Tim, you're correct. Only one attorney should be making objections, and it should be the attorney asking questions. Liz, you're also correct.
Prior to
Alan
this
Jackson did
on,
represent
the
Kevin
28th,
Spacey as well.
Going into the 29th. Were you
Why
aware?
don't you hold on a minute for that? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Oh, thank you.
Don't help.
So on
Your Honor, it's
the
not your job to
28th
help
going
the
into
prosecution.
29th, what, if any, awareness did you have as far as the weather forecast or sort of what was?
Unless she
what
saw
was
the jurors'
predicted
faces
as
be
coming?
like, I
I
can't.
believe
hear
around
it.
midnight it began
fair.
to snow.
And that's why you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Steve.
When you're on shift and
And
you're
Stephanie.
on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the
Were you
snow
playing
that was
Pokemon
predicting the
Go?
snow that fell,
I didn't want to get stuck.
how much precipitation, what kind of
The Canadians are
storm
laughing,
was it?
sir.
Well, by the morning it was pretty heavy snow.
And the Minnesotans
And by the morning,
Michigan
by
and
what
the
time?
rest of it.
Well, around 6 a.m.
So by the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were just talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
And as you were, so you were at the station when you received the dispatch, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
The
And,
Norwegians are laughing too, yes.
Where is
All of Scandinavia is like, plah.
About how far away is Fairview Road from where you were at the station?
Mile and a half, 2 miles.
Yeah,
And can you describe to the jury
it's a milder
the route
accent.
that you took going from the station to Fairview Road that
Yep.
way?
I took a right onto Washington Street from the station, and then I took a right onto Dedham Street from Washington Street, a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview Road from Cedar Crest.
And
When
so
I started at
Fairview
UMass
Road,
Amherst,
runs,
the way it took me
sort of
forever to figure
between
out that
two
all the
other
letters in a
more
word don't get pronounced.
Major roads in Canton, fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned
Worcester
Cedar Crest,
being
is that
the
correct?
prime
Yes.
example.
And Cedar Crest is off of Dedham.
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of intersecting side of Fairview Road?
Chapman Street.
So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 34?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Saraf.
And
Lolly, I
who, if anyone,
swear,
arrived
sir.
first?
Officer Saraf had arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Saraf, as far as which
The
direction
goat scream
was
is
his
because
cruiser facing? The same as yours?
He
Directly at yours,
just
or
is going to
I don't recall.
replow the same
recall seeing
field
Officer
with these
Sarah,
questions
during
over and
your
over again.
en route time sort of between
Just
the
stop
station
retreading the
and
same
arriving on
ground.
the scene?
I do not know.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the station to the scene, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the road conditions, visibility, anything like that?
Visibility was difficult. I don't exactly recall how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
Sir, you got
And
it.
at this
There's
point
a
in
little
time
too
on
much
January
R in that
29th,
word.
just
Fa.
after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what's going on?
It was still dark out.
And if you recall, what was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
Do you recall using sirens?
I do not recall whether or not I used sirens.
Why don't we just
And
play the
if you
video?
know about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on Fairview?
3 minutes approximately.
And when you arrive there, what, if anything, is sort of the first thing that you see?
I saw Officer Saraf towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same time.
And so, beyond yourself and Officer Sarah from the Canton Police, were there other sort of town assets that we dispatched to this call as well?
The fire department.
And when you say the fire department, how many sort of vehicles or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
And do you recall if the fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of the same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from the opposite side as far as from?
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview, and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
Now, so you arrive there, you see Officer Saraf and people from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
The pacing.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent to this, you were able to identify the person that was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to John O'Keefe?
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the curb to the street.
That was me.
Now, as
what
far
is
as
me
when
doing?
you first arrived
Me, don't do that.
up to the scene, were you able to see Mr.
Scissors,
O'Keefe on the ground
capturing.
at that point, or did?
I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on the ground.
And so the other people that you saw
Couldn't
around him,
see
were
the
they
victim
kneeling
from
down, standing
the
up, or something else?
I believe Officer Saraf was still standing up. I don't recall anyone else.
And so fair to say you saw our Officer Saraf standing up near Mr. O'Keefe before you actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, this particular area where you saw Officer Saraf standing up and Mr. O'Keefe or Officer O'Keefe on the ground, what, if any, sort of additional ambient lighting did you observe in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around there?
Not that I recall.
Now,
just show him the video and ask him what he observes on the video, because
at some point did you encounter
he doesn't remember
some other individuals or civilian
clearly
people on scene?
Yep, Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Miss McCabe, were there any other female parties there as well?
Yeah, Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Miss Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes, Miss Reed.
And
he's like, I know there's another one.
You see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
I know there's another one. He's like, I know there's an answer to this. Yes, the defendant, sir.
Black dress.
Sitting over there.
That's a record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
It's going to make it hard. Look, for the jury to stay in tune, it is hard for me to stay engaged.
And
that's not good
when
for
you
the
arrive and you
prosecution.
make those sort of initial observations, where is it that you go? What, if anything, do you do?
The fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get him onto the stretcher or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
Like, just ask him what he did. What did you do?
What, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing him on the backboard and then helping get him onto the stretcher.
And then what?
Now, as far as you mentioned that,
and then show the video, and then
where you
I'm
came
so
and
impatient.
located Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what position his body was in when you first observed him?
He was lying face up, as was back on the ground.
And
none of that's in controversy.
Recall where he was in relation to the roadway, if you could tell.
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. So, I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about, approximately 10 feet from the curb.
10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is that?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think.
But you approximated it was about 10 feet into the lawn.
Yeah.
And the snow on the ground that you observed that time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point, approximately 6 inches.
And what, if any, snow did you observe on any part of Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first saw him?
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if it was like water, kind of like frozen on kind of to his face.
And did you make any observations, or what, if any, observations did you make beyond his face as far as sort of the rest of his body?
I don't recall really any other observations.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
Did you make other observations?
Do you recall any, what, if any, snow was on the other part of his body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
So nothing stood out to you? Is that
really?
Correct?
No, correct.
And you assist the fire department getting onto a backboard, correct?
Yes.
There's blood all over the defendant's face, and you notice. Okay.
And where did Mr. O'Keefe go from there?
To the ambulance.
I'm not going to tell you what you saw. That's surprising.
Not that I recall, no.
So are you often observing?
Takes over care of Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
So after Mr. O'Keefe is lifted up, when he's lifted up, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the grounds that had been underneath Mr.
Oh, did he
O'Keefe
see the cell phone or find the phone?
I didn't recall anything. Observe anything? No. No.
Do you recall even looking sort of in that area?
No, I think he was in front of me, so I wouldn't have seen what was under him.
He who was in front of you?
And So after Mr. O'Keefe is taken by members of the fire department over to the ambulance, what is it that you did?
Officer Saraf, at that point, we were trying to identify the victim, so I spoke to Miss McCabe.
And without sort of anything that Ms. McCabe told you, about how long period of time did you talk to Ms. McCabe gathering information?
For any of you that are like, how is this helpful? I don't know.
Approximately 2 minutes.
We'll see.
And who, if anyone else, did you speak with attempting to gather information regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Ms. McCabe is the only one I recall speaking to.
Now, as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her sort of doing as you're on scene and as you're going about?
He didn't say he observed her, so can
She
you
was
ask that
screaming,
first? Okay.
is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?
And when you say screaming in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And as far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is he dead, how many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described the first time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what you're...
Oh, about how long was the ambulance on scene before it left to go to the hospital?
Before I get mad, just zoom.
10 minutes, approximately.
Do you know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And
I actually think the prosecution's hurting
left and
themselves
went to the
with
hospital,
the
where
how
did
loud were the
two
screams.
women that you're talking about being defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts. Where did
Revolver, I think they're
believe
hurting
they left
themselves
the
with
scene.
this. I think it's
so did you have any, or what if any,
unusual that
conversations
no one
did you
came
have
out when
with
someone was
any of them
screaming like
following?
that.
None.
Very unusual.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what, if anything else, did you observe?
So I don't
as
think it
far
helps
as
them at
her
all.
saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
Now, at some
I think that's
points,
clear.
Did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and the ambulance and all of that?
I believe she went into one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars. Just stay warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Y'all,
Now, at some point
not every day
after
of trial is riveting.
they had left the scene, what, if anything, were you advised by your dispatch in regard to Ms. Reed?
We were dispatched that, or Canton Control had advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
And so based on that, what, if anything, did you or the other officers that you were on scene with do at that point?
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Miss Roberts to have Miss Reed come back to the scene. And
that's why she came back.
And so about how much time?
Section 12, I imagine, is their hold.
Dispatch and the time that Ms. Reed arrives back on scene with Ms. Roberts?
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned there may have been other officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition
That
to
explains
yourself,
why
Officer
they came
Saraf,
back.
Who, if anyone else from your department?
You know
arrived
what's
on
not explained? How did you call Roberts to come back? He said he never spoke to Jen Roberts. He said he didn't really speak to anybody except McCabe. So how did you make that phone call and have them come back? Okay.
scene while you were there?
Sergeant Good
Of all the
arrived,
questions you've asked, how the
Sergeant
fuck did
Link
that
at the time,
happen?
and Lieutenant Gallagher.
Sorry, Carrie Roberts.
And, when was
I'll
that
get the
in
names
relation to
eventually.
when,
The prosecution
yourself
hasn't
and
made it very
Officer Saraf
clear,
arrived on scene?
but I will.
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Link shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that.
And in total, as far as sort of the earliest and the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived on scene?
I'd say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene at that point?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of
Jenny,
time
yes, it might have
that
been a
you were,
spiritual
on
witness
scene at some point,
that helped
did the
him.
sun come up?
make that call?
Yes.
And during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about that. You indicated something about snow being on the ground.
B said he does not recall how we called her. Yeah, that's fair.
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that, from a weather perspective? What was the temperature?
I agree with you, Bev.
At that time?
It was very cold. It was cold.
Do you have
was
any
it wicked
estimate as far as to how cold?
25, and it was windy.
And when you say windy, could you expound upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Are we talking constant wind, gusts, or something?
If somebody does not say wicked in
I would
this
say
trial.
gust to constant.
And fairly strong winds, light winds, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 90 minutes or so that you were on scene,
Is he a
was the
meteorologist?
weather consistent throughout that entire period that you were on scene?
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where
That's
you
it.
first observed Mr.
Sir?
O'Keefe,
You're just getting 1.25. I can't. Both of them are moving at the pace of frozen molasses.
body on the lawn.
We're speeding them up
After
a
his
little.
body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that?
Until we get to the body cam
Nothing.
or to the dash cam. We're just treading the same ground again. The jury is going to be like, when's the lunch break? Oh, wait, there isn't one today. Fuck.
Now, again, you said that Ms. Reed
It's
was
only a half
brought
day of
back
court
to
today.
To the scene or around Fairview Road at the same time.
We can all
by
recover
Ms.
later.
Roberts, correct?
Correct.
You know where she went from there.
I have to remember to feed my
She was transported to
Starbucks.
Good Samaritan.
Different ambulance then had taken Mr.
Correct.
O'Keefe.
Different ambulance, yep.
I wonder how they made that
Now,
decision.
as far as
Obviously, this guy didn't do it, but I
Mr.
wonder how they
O'Keefe
made
was
that
concerned,
decision
you
to
assisted
call
getting
her
him
back
onto
and
the backboard,
transport
is that
her.
correct?
Yes.
Did you also assist getting him onto the stretcher?
Yes.
And
You asked that 5 minutes ago.
beyond sort of the visual observations that you made, did you have occasion to, in that process,
Asked
have
and
any sort
answered.
of
Who's objecting?
tactile observations? Did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body
Asked
at
and
any point?
answered. Asked
No.
and answered. Asked and answered.
Beyond what you've already testified to, did you make any other observations at any point of Mr. O'Keefe, his body, or any injuries?
No, not that I recall.
Lolly, can we not lollygag, please? Can we, sir?
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen over
Oh,
there.
thank God, a video.
Gentlemen, if you could just
We've been
put up Exhibit
saved.
25 and just sort of pause it as soon as it comes up.
It's like when a substitute teacher comes in. We've been saved. Go to the tape. Thank God.
So, Officer Mullaney, I'm directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Generally speaking, what's depicted up on the screen here, is that consistent with what you recall as far as the
Interestingly,
conditions when
his
you were
dash cam
responding
doesn't have the
to
speed in the
Fairview
bottom
Road
like the other dash
Yes.
cam did.
Thank you, Mr. Mullaney. If I could ask for Exhibit number 3.
Exhibit 3.
Yes. I'm sorry. Exhibit
I agree.
marked as.
Yes.
Okay, what do you recommend?
Sorry, guys. My
That's
stream
34
blipped on my end.
Fairview.
I hope it didn't blip for you, but
That's how it's depicted in
My
that
stream is
photograph.
bored.
That a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed.
not
of the
with you,
residents
with
on the morning
Lolly.
of
I
January
was
29,
frozen.
2000.
Sorry, Chad.
Yes.
And
Hopefully it was
if
brief.
I could have Exhibit number 18.
Oh, that white screen is hurting my brain. I froze. That was me,
And,
Chad.
again,
I
Officer
froze.
Mullaney, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's 34 Fairview.
That's sort of a different view. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the residents, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residents, as in the previous photograph, the area of the lawn where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe laying on his back with his face up, would that be to the left of the residence, the right of the residence, or dead center, or something else?
Left.
And what, if anything,
It is.
did
It's
you
a
observe
large
sort of in that general area as far
property,
as
but
any
it's hard to
sort
get a
of
sense for where the
landmarks
street is
or-
in these
or
pictures.
things that were in that area?
A fire hydrant and a flagpole.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
The flagpole. My pointer won't point to the fire hydrant. I think they're going to give him the laser pointer. But it's green, so it doesn't show for shit on stream.
So, officer, if I could ask you,
Red
using
one.
that laser pointer directly.
Be here for 8 weeks. Can you get a red laser pointer?
Jury's attention.
Oh, the lights are off. I forgot. Hold on, chat.
If anywhere you recall, Mr. O'Keefe.
We've gone to video
located
mode.
When you first.
Right in this area.
Thanks.
Thanks.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That clears everything up.
And also
Hopefully
you
the
can-
jury can see it better.
Thanks.
Serene, the defense is going to argue about this nonstop. Why did law enforcement not contact the homeowner? I'll tell you what.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron.
I'll tell you what. If police showed up and there was somebody who appeared to not be alive anymore in your lawn, you better believe they would pound on your door.
The FBI!
Good morning.
Like the FBI.
Officer Mullaney, you and I have never met before, correct?
But no.
Correct.
We've never spoken about this case.
No.
Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point?
No, it's full time.
Barely.
When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
July
He said
2020.
2021.
Did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir. Yes.
All right. So
Yeah.
you
Police
had
would door knock
been
the neighborhood.
full-time at that
Police would
point.
door knock the neighborhood and see if people had ring camera video. Do you remember when the Jussie Smollett thing happened? They were in the middle of a blizzard. Law enforcement was working overtime and they were out in their blizzard conditions, which your mileage may vary, door knocking everyone that might have any indication of what happened, trying to get ring camera, trying to ask if anybody heard anything. There is a woman wailing at 6 a.m. in the middle of a blizzard and no one comes outside to see what's going on, including the homeowner. Come on. Come on.
For about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's
He was
fair
a
to
new
say
officer.
that you were the junior officer on scene.
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct?
So he came from the other
And when
direction.
you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview,
My brain took a left during the entire
road.
direct examination.
34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest? Yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground.
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was given CPR though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it
He
was
doesn't have
Karen
independent
Reed who was
knowledge
giving
of that.
CPR to John O'Keefe?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct, while you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but I was on scene while she was there.
I mean, you were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And you were dispatched
So 2
shortly
hours.
after 6 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her
Can I see the
than you are
lawyers?
to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10
Can we
feet.
see the people
All right.
talking?
With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. What can I do that, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
It's a fair demonstration because I can't tell you distance
there?
for shit.
And
And it's a better demonstrative
when
for the
you
jury.
were this close to her, and you're estimating this to be about 10 feet, correct?
Sure.
When you were this close to her, was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
All right. You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not.
He didn't say
notice
that.
No.
You didn't notice that she had blood in her hair.
I did not notice that.
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
She was completely distraught.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
I mean, he probably can't make that full determination because it's
And
not medical,
there
but
was a contrast
she appeared to be
between
shocked.
that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed
Oh yeah,
and the demeanor of
Ian Smolin.
one of the other women on scene, Jennifer McCabe. Was there not?
The judge is giving commentary from the bench with the
Can you
size and the
kind of explain
microphone.
further?
Sure.
In Smolin
Karen
myself
Reed
when the
was
video was on screen.
screaming,
I'm not
correct?
reading.
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And you actually had more contact, direct contact with Jennifer McCabe that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not
However,
yelling.
Correct.
if it was me and my friend was
She was not hysterical.
freaking
Correct.
out,
She was not
I would be
distraught.
Yes.
very calm
She was calm.
Correct.
at the moment.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, but let's move on.
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any
Defense-
blood on her face, correct?
Defense, look, if the judge is going to asked and answered everybody, I'm going to need you to step it up and save us all from lollies 5 times asked and answered. If the judge is going to be like, I need you to move it along, defense, I'm going to need you to start. I'm going to need you to start. I'm going to need you to start. But I will say that I don't know what the jury will take away from the individual he's talking to not freaking out. Because sometimes if one person's freaking out, someone else gets very calm at the moment.
And
So
you
we'll
didn't see
see.
any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
I'm not attributing anything to it at
Now,
this point other than an
With
observation.
regard to what you heard Karen Reed scream that morning, I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating 2 phrases, one being, is he dead? And the second being, that's my boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those 2 phrases?
It's quite a bit. More than 10.
Okay. Like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And each time
Over
she
and
said,
over again.
is he dead? What was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Each time she said, is that my boyfriend? What was her tone of voice?
Same.
Okay.
And you got there not long after Officer Saraf, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, you never once heard her say, I did it, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, it's my fault, correct?
I did not.
Okay.
You never once heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you're drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
That was kind of compound.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn, were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything.
Why didn't the Commonwealth ask that?
And when you say you were standing by, you were
so he didn't
standing
search.
by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been,
Yes.
correct?
Oh, they did ask that. He didn't recall. My bad.
And how close were you to that area?
I was like right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet?
So how far from the curb?
From where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet. 15
Okay, so maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe?
So after he was transported,
I don't recall.
he stayed
You were
near
there
the
for 2
curb.
hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what
When did
point in
Lieutenant
time?
Gallagher arrive on scene?
Or yeah, at what point in time are we there?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Ah! What did I do?
Not too big.
User error.
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
Handheld.
And
There's push leaf
who
blowers?
used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers?
If they're leaf blowing shit, how would pieces of plastic not also go flying?
Were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
I don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Link and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe.
With
correct?
a leaf
Yes.
blower.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be
I
appropriate
never
for a front
prosecuted
lawn,
an
you would
area
have made
with
note
snow.
of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small
I think the leaf
there,
blower
you would
must have come from the house.
Still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front lawn, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find
Right.
even
Wouldn't red
or
stand out on the
see
snow?
even one piece?
Like the Cardinals
of
stand out on
broken
the
plastic?
snow in the winter.
I did not.
Wouldn't red be like super obvious? The leaf blower is weird.
Now, when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe at any point,
I don't think they treated this like a crime
did
scene
you
at all.
learn whether she had actually gone
And now I wanna know
into
why.
that house at all?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house
speculation,
at
that's
any
why.
point when you were
Sorry,
on scene?
withdrawn.
No.
My yelling withdrawn. He asked. He did call for speculation.
Were you alerted
Did
at
you
any
see-
point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort John O'Keefe?
No.
What was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you.
No.
Yeah, it really seems like they didn't keep it. They didn't treat it as a crime scene at all.
You would
And I wonder if
testify
that's because
that-
dispatch came in with just an unconscious person, and they're like, it's
At
just an
one
unconscious
point,
person,
you
and they
saw
didn't
Karen
perceive
Reed,
it as a crime scene yet.
being escorted into a motor vehicle,
Yes.
and that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle.
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together.
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to Google anything?
No.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Other scenes in which there,
I guess he has no further questions.
you've been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around.
Yes.
And of those other scenes, does everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who is injured or deceased, do they all react the same?
No.
Is every single one of them screaming and yelling different things?
No.
It's a fair
There are
follow-up.
actually 3 women
that
on scene. that
people
morning,
act
correct?
very differently
Yes.
in
So
traumatic
there's Jennifer
circumstances.
McCabe, there was
That's
the
very
defendant,
fair.
Miss Reed, and then with Kerry Roberts, correct?
And
Correct.
needed, I think.
And did you see any
Oh, you guys, we're
blood
gonna
on
bing
Miss
in like
Roberts' face
20
or hair?
more
No.
subs.
Okay. Was she screaming and yelling things and
Go
moving
us.
around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residents in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that
Tesla
residence
sometimes.
during the time that you were on scene?
It depends on the circumstance, but sometimes.
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come
Chat,
outside at any
I'm with
point in
you.
time?
I did not.
The squeaky chairs are a thing too, but this is
I
not
know,
their normal
but-
courtroom.
Just one question, if I might.
Okay.
Recross.
Sure.
He's like, just
And I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection,
No.
Your
All
Honor.
right. So that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you.
It's
All right,
our-
folks, it's 11
argumentative.
o'clock. We'll take our morning recess, 15 minutes.
it's argumentative. It's not argumentative. Did anybody else have a dead police officer on their front lawn? No. Since we are a little bit behind, I'm gonna speed up this feed and see if we're back from break, and then I'm going to answer some questions. What has happened this morning? Not much. Okay, it looks like we are still not back from break. I'm going to see, Miguelina, will you see if there any of the other feeds have closed captioning as we get back from break that are actually on time? The Court TV feed had such terrible sound. The feed, some of the other NBC feeds didn't have closed captioning, but had better sound. It is just a whole situation. Let's see. This looks. Do we have? Oh no, this got behind in time. I'm just making sure that we are using the most comfortable feed for all of the law nerds, because comfort is key, but also it would very much help to have closed captioning. But if we don't, we don't. And you might have to do it on device because, if we're in real time, closed captioning doesn't have time to catch up. All right. The court is still on break. So we're going to get to a few questions because the court is still on break. I have been using Boston 25. I have not seen closed captioning. I'm pretty sure that's the one. Oh no, we're on NBC 10. Let me go double check Boston 25 real quick and see. Let's see. We've got some time to check. I'm going to answer questions. Let's see if they have. Oh, they've got quite a lot going on their screen. I wonder if they have a huge lower third. Yep, the huge lower thirds are really distracting to me, and so are the crawls. Emily, your neurospiciness is showing more. Yes, it is. All right, we're going to put the lights back on since we are no longer on video or in the court on video, and get to some of your questions. Let's do a quick summary of what we've had so far to get to the break. So this morning, now that we're up to the court break at 11 a.m. local time, which is Eastern Daylight Time in Massachusetts, we had the feisty and fiery cross-examination of the officer that finished testifying yesterday, Officer Saraf. And then we had the second officer on scene start to testify to the few things he remembered and most of the things that he didn't. From the cross-examination of Officer Saraf, the defense pointed out that even the MDT log or the dispatch log shows officers arriving at different times than they actually arrived. And again, the defense is leaning into things in this investigation didn't make sense. No one that arrived on scene initially tried to go into the house. No one that arrived on scene went and door knocked to the house where the victim was located. They talked about what Karen Reed and the fact that the Officer Saraf yesterday testified, and I'm going to go to my notes for this so I have it exactly. Officer Saraf yesterday testified that he heard Karen Reed say, "This is all my fault, I did this." And the defense methodically pointed out that he didn't say that in his initial report, in his second report to the investigating officer, Trooper Proctor, that he didn't say it in the grand jury testimony, and then asked a very snarky and argumentative question that, of course, was objected to and sustained. So if you testified 5 weeks from now, would this continue to change? He clarified that in his report, he only put the fact that Karen Reed was saying, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" over and over, consistent with the second officer that testified. The second officer that testified had only been a full-time officer for about 6 months when he arrived on scene. That officer, Mullaney, showed up on scene second. The only thing he's testified to of much substance was that he was the officer that called Roberts, who was with the defendant, Karen Reed, and called them to come back, and then Reed was put on a hold. That officer said that she had been making self-harm statements. He said that in the more court vernacular, but YouTube gets real feisty. Oh, he already said it in court. Emily, you're covering court. He said that, anyway, she was having self-harm statements and thoughts. And so they had left the scene. Roberts, I think McCabe and Reed, it's not super clear at this point. They had left the scene, came back to the scene, and then defendant Karen Reed was transported by ambulance to Good Samaritan Hospital. So she had gone by ambulance to Good Samaritan when the victim, or shortly after the victim left the scene by ambulance to go to Good Samaritan, before he was pronounced at the hospital. So that is where we're at the morning break. We are just finishing up with that witness. Again, no one came out of the McCabe house where the victim was found. No one on the street came out. And at this point, law enforcement has not door knocked any of the doors. Oh, I forgot. Almost forgot. At some point, other officers that arrived on scene were using a snowblower in the area where the victim was found. And the officer was very clear that he didn't see any red pieces of taillight or any plastic pieces of taillight near where the victim's body was, but he didn't see anything. Others say that the victim's phone was under him. This officer was like, I didn't see anything. And I don't remember the other stuff. But apparently at some point, a leaf blower came out and was blowing snow out of the way. No crime scene tape was put up. It seems that the initial responding officers who got a dispatch call to an unconscious person were not immediately treating this as a crime scene. I don't know who made that determination, and maybe we'll find out, maybe we won't. So with all of that, let's get to some of your questions, shall we? And super chats as well. Oh, also, don't forget to do the YouTube-y, likey, subscribey things. Why? Because we are very close to changing over to 752,000 subscribers. So go ahead and do the YouTube-y things. At some point, my 12-year-old will believe that I am a real YouTuber. Or maybe not. He'll just keep changing the bar. Last night, we were joking about something. He was asking me how old I was, and I was like, how old do you think I am? And he was adorable in underestimating my age by about 15 years, which I love. And he's like, but I'm not sure because your hair's kind of white. And I said, no, child, my hair is purple. Do you know what this kid said to me? Obviously, that's not your real hair color, Mom. My 12-year-old. All right. Cheryl Ray said, question, how effective do you think the defense method of not cross-examining the friends? How does this benefit the defense? There is no need to cross-examine the victim's brother and sister-in-law. There is nothing that they are going to get from it. They are a grieving family. There is no there there. The defense has really set their position of the case to be, this victim deserved better. Everyone deserves answers. Karen Reed deserves better, and law enforcement is at fault. So I imagine they're not going to have a lot of smoke for civilian witnesses until we get to the witnesses that were in the house and on scene. But there's nothing to gain from cross-examining the family. I think it is a smart choice, and I think it makes the defense look reasonable. They're not just going after everybody. They're going after those they think is or are responsible. Stina G, pickle name for the trial, Udalali. Oh, maybe Udalali. We're still with Dilly. No, we're going to have to come up with a name for it for this trial. But it was Gorilla Grip Pickle Pal from the last trial. I need to start keeping a list. The mods probably have one. I just don't know where it is. But we need to Gorilla Grip. I didn't mean to do that. Pickle Pal is where we're at. But Udalali might be it. So that's where we were at. Cato said about her not talking to the sister-in-law might be because her lawyers told her not to after the arrest. But between the incident and the arrest, I still am unclear on how much time that is because the prosecution and the defense haven't brought it up in trial. So I don't know. For those of you who are new The Lawnards in the chat will explain the pickle and the goat and the rest of the morning radio show situation we have going on here. They are gifts from the Lawnards. This was a gift from the Lawnards. This is fantastic. The Java sock, great. Vincent Van Goat, gift from the Lawnards. Gorilla Grip Pickle Pal, gift from the Lawnards. So most of our things are, organic and internal. So Lil Bill McGill, I'm just checking the court feed, said was not planning to follow this trial. Defense opening changed that yesterday, and I will be here. They did a really good job pulling us in. They did, and I often find for a lot of you, or at least the 18,000 of you that are here, there will be more. Just wait till next week. It'll be like 30 plus. A lot of you were like, I wasn't going to follow this trial, and then Emily got interested, and now I'm interested. I'm interested. There are going to be some slow days in trial. There are going to be some There are clearly going to be some slogging direct examinations where we are retreading the same ground over and over again. But there are a lot of questions in this case. Like the Taylor Schabusiness trial, there weren't any questions. It was horrific. The only question in that trial was if she is going to be found not guilty, like NGI, not guilty by reason of mental defect or disease. That was the only question in the Taylor Schabusiness case. There was no question in the world about who did what. The things that are not in controversy in this case is that the victim died not of natural causes. Everything else is in controversy, which is different than some of the other criminal cases. Murdaugh was a bit more like that. Murdaugh, it was clear. The roadside incident was clear. The financial crimes were clear, but there were a lot of questions surrounding the death of his wife and son, but there weren't any other people around. But in this case, there are so many questions. There are just so many questions. So I'm fascinated. Allie said the prosecution has the Brian Walsh and Lindsay Clancy cases to handle in addition to the Reed case. They are maxed out. They sound tired. But again, that is on their office to make sure that whatever prosecutors are handling the high profile cases have room to have less cases or hire more people. I think when Alan Jackson was handling the Phil Spector trial, he had like 15 law clerks. That might be an exaggeration, and like 2 other attorneys working with him. And I think that was the only case, or one of the only cases he was handling. Caroline B said, wow, in a couple of minutes, you made an opening statement that actually promised a fight for justice for the victim. They never once in their opening. I mean, I ruined the other Emily's morning by my husband accidentally picking up the wrong Starbucks order because I was in the middle of making a spontaneous opening statement without knowing the full breadth and depth of the, evidence. But as it is, reports a big accident on the highway may be the cause of the delay. It seems that was the cause of the delay today. The court kind of cheekily said, we know the commute was tough. Thank you for being here. Ashley said, question, if kids are called to testify, could they do pre-recorded video rather than having kids sit in court? Can't imagine how hard it would be after everything. Ashley, I'm so glad you asked this question because it gives us an opportunity to circle back to the Constitution. The right of confrontation means that generally in a criminal case, video evidence, pre-recorded evidence is not it. There are limited, very, very limited circumstances where there can be video recorded statements. It generally is if a witness is not going to, or a victim is not going to survive a thing, but generally there needs to also be opportunity for cross-examination there. So no, they can't do a pre-recorded video. Even in a lot of criminal courts, they do not do Zoom testimony. In civil, they do, but you can't, the defendant has a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses. So if they are going to call a witness, they do. These kids, now more teens, but these kids have been through a tremendous amount. But this happens with victims of SA at ages where they are deemed able to tell the truth and distinguish truth from falsity, which I've seen go down to 7, 8 years old. And those witnesses and victims still have to come into court and testify. It is the nature of things. It is devastating, but it is the nature of things. Could they clear the court for the children, meaning just the state and the defense and the jury? No, it is an open court. The only times courts are cleared like that is for sealed hearings and for juvenile cases. They could not show the testimony. They could like keep the camera on the lawyers, which I hope they do. I'm tired of this. Said, are we on a bio break? Bio break. There's no lunch today. So there is no lunch today. Oh my God, Emily and I are wearing the same nail polish. Lol. Amy, amazing. So court is on their morning break. There is no lunch break today. Tuesday and Thursdays are half days. The court anticipates they're going to run from 9 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. and then be done for the day. So for those asking why no lunch, half days on Tuesday, Thursday, full day on Monday, Wednesday, and no court on Friday. So we actually like tomorrow, maybe today, I'll have time to go get my eyebrows done. Like we'll have some time to do some stuff. I meant to go work out yesterday. That was over ambitious of me because I talked to the members for like an hour before I started recording the podcast for Wednesday last night. Don't worry, members. For those of you that missed it, we're going to clip it out and put that conversation up in the member spaces. But court's running half days. I don't know if it's so that the court can handle other cases, if it's so they can handle evidentiary matters. I don't know why that's the schedule, but that's why this trial is going to take so long. And because the prosecution is going to ask every witness the same 9,000 questions over and over again. So Ashley, thank you for asking that question. I think it's a very helpful discussion. And I forget to have it unless somebody asks. Music to My Soul says, what is up with the defense attorneys in our current cases being named Alan Jackson and Ann Taylor? So random, it distracts me. I don't know. Alan, I mean, is what it is. Matt Bond, good to see you. Hello, Spiffy Legal Mumbo Jumbo Talkie sister from another mister. The floof say meow. Boop the floof for me, Matt. Wonder if there will be more keeping up with the Kardashian cams. There probably will be more keeping up with the Kardashian cams. And I don't know if we're going to get to, the court video is still on the fucking fan. So as it pans, you know how I feel about that fan. As it pans, I'll go back to court.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Timothy Nuttall to the stand.
Timothy Nuttall. Mr. Not officer, so a lay witness, I would assume, but we'll see. I don't know if there's not body cam, if there's only dash cam. We haven't seen the body cam be introduced, so I don't know if there's not body cam. Yes, we know why they requested a smaller room.
The case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Because the jurors couldn't all see the witnesses in the other courtroom.
You can stand or sit, whatever makes you more comfortable, sir.
I think this is probably
just
better.
Bring that down to you. Thank you.
I think this is probably better for the case overall.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Release.
Good morning, sir. Morning.
This is a me
Could
issue.
you please state your name and spell your last name for the judge?
Gosh darn it.
Timothy Nuttall. Last name is Nuttall, Nuttall.
Hi, Timothy.
And, what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic for the town of Canton?
I believe 5 years and coming up on 6.
And prior to working in that capacity with the town of Canton, what, if any, other employment have you had within sort of the same field as far as being a paramedic?
First responder?
To back up significantly, I got my EMT certification when I was still in high school.
Really?
Through CMTI out of Weymouth. They're now owned by Brewster Ambulance. From there, I was employed by Cataldo Ambulance. I worked primarily in the city of Chelsea, running BLS transfers and eventually 911 shifts in that
basic life support,
that city in that area of the world, if you will.
Sir, I'm gonna have to turn
from there,
you
I
down
decided I liked it. I decided to enroll in paramedic school. I went to the same school I went for my BLS certification. Back to CMTI. I obtained my paramedic right before I turned 21. I stayed in the same area, primarily in Chelsea, and eventually edged my way into Everett a little bit and worked up there for about 7 years. During that time, I decided to be
He's gonna just keep going
to fire suppression side of things. So I was hired by the town of Situate. I was put through the Mass Fire Academy out of Stowe. class 268 in Stowe, and worked for the Situate Fire Department for about 18 months, and then transferred to the Canton Fire Department in November of 2019.
I think it's funny that he's like, became an EMT, loved it. I became an EMT, hated it.
What does that mean?
So
basic life support.
in EMS, there's two kind of branches. BLS is basic life support, which is EMT basic. Smaller skill set, if
Did
you
not
will.
like it.
Still running 911 emergencies, but that was kind of the stepping stone to see if you could do the job, if you like the job, and then you can advance on to
I love
ALS,
that
Advanced Life Support, which is the paramedic side of things.
He started in high
That's
school and
a
was like,
broader
I
skill
dig it,
set.
let's go.
Many more medications, many more interventions that we can
Cass,
perform
no, I
in the
think
field.
he was a first responder in this case.
Obviously, I enjoyed the BLS side, so I advanced to the ALS side.
Cool.
Now, as far as starting with becoming an EM,
By the way, just not life advice, but if you get motion sick frequently and are highly smell sensitive and have a lot of other sensory processing stuff, being an EMT might not be for you, because guess what you're doing? Riding backwards, dealing with bodily things and smells. Not for me.
what if any, you mentioned you went to a CMTI.
You don't need to what if
type
any
of,
this man. Let him go.
Education.
He knows what he's saying. This is not his first rodeo. Just let him talk.
Sort of, graduating or certification or something like that. What are the classes like?
So it kind of runs the gambit for emergency medicine. You start mostly with anatomy and physiology, the human body, progresses down to how those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to
They're going to just do background
pharmacology
training
and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books,
background training,
you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head. I can't remember, but
say that
many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated, and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
And so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then your training as far as becoming a paramedic,
so
there's
have fun at
a
Dave
written
Matthews.
portion and a practical portion as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you use the term in there as far as a
fun fact?
Preceptor? What exactly?
Fun fact: my first Dave Matthews
So
band
preceptor
concert live
is
was at the Mullaney
a
Center
senior paramedic
at
who's been
UMass
practicing for. It varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years. Who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path in terms of treatment, making sure that your care is adequate and not doing any harm.
They train you.
My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton, so they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did.
He wanted
and
to say
they
they've
taught me
seen
quite a
some
bit.
shit.
I
Did
learned
you see
quite a
his
bit in my
face?
right time from
He
them.
wanted to say they've seen some
In
shit.
your
I
role,
could see him like
post getting your
reprocessing. They've
certification
seen
in
some
regard
shit.
to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other sort of younger, less experienced?
He's very
Yeah, so
loud.
I was a field training officer for the Cataldo for a brief stint right before I left the company. And I am currently a field training officer for the town of Canton.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
That's an odd way to
Right now
ask
for the
that.
town of Canton, that's a bidded position.
One-time blessing.
I submitted an application writing, and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group 2.
That's not what he asked.
And my apologies, poor question on my part.
Yep.
I was asking
Accurate.
sort of more in general. So beyond the sort of preceptor sort of faction of that, just in regard to, in general, being an EMT and...
Do you have to do continuing
paramedic,
education?
As far as your certifications are concerned, is that something that you have to continue? Is there any sort of recertification process, and how often is that?
Lolly, Do you have to do continuing education or recertification?
Oh, I apologize.
I'm
Okay,
sorry
yes.
for
So
the- I'm
every
sorry for
2
the
years,
pause,
we are
sir.
required, both by the national component and the state
like you.
component,
That's
to
my
complete
bad.
a certain amount of hours per year for your recertification. I actually just recently recertified in March. I can't speak to the exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component.
He's like, I don't know.
And
I work a lot.
The trainings are quite in depth.
It's not a worry. He's like, we get the hours.
Now, turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town of Canton?
We have 2 fire stations.
Okay, and where are they located?
That's not very many.
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
Revere like Paul?
And when you're working with the Canton Fire Department, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as the 24-hour
Fire schedules are so wild to me.
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
So 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And
My brother works a fire
within,
schedule.
Both of those station houses.
That's
how
typical
much
under
sort of
fire
apparatus
to do
or how many different
24s
sort of
or
vehicles
certain
and apparatus
24s and then
you have
time off.
within each of those station houses?
He's asking
For
about the
Station 1,
apparatus.
99 Revere Street, we have Car 5 staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3 staffed with
I'm sure
1
this is
lieutenant, 2
somehow
firefighters,
relevant,
and
but okay.
Ambulance 1, who is staffed with two firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on Ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for Station 2, it's a very similar setup. It is Engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and Ambulance 2 with the same setup as Ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, Ladder 1 and Ladder 2 respectively.
The ladders.
And the crews from Ambulance 1 or Ambulance 2 will cross-span those ladders as needed.
How many cars?
Now,
Sir? Cars.
with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, sort of Friday into a Saturday. Do you recall,
I'm interested to hear what he has to say.
Do you recall those days? Were you working?
Because I imagine he was one of the first responders.
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
So you were scheduled to work essentially the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th until 8 a.m. on the 30th. Right. And prior to, or the 28th, sort of going into the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as weather that had been forecasted or that was reported to come in?
Snow.
I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through.
Supposedly.
I woke up
really
very
feel
early
about
that
the
morning
snow.
just to check. I took a peek outside of my house.
like,
I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions it was starting to snow a little bit. So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
Not impressed by the snow.
And about what time, which station were you assigned to on that day?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station 1?
Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50.
He's like, I'm not going to be late. He's like,
And
shit
around
goes
the
down when
time
it
that you were
snows.
driving from your home to Station 1.
I mean, I love this for him.
What, if anything, did you note as far as sort of driving conditions, visibility, anything else?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
I
Roads,
gasped because I could never.
I drove through several towns, but the roads were
The
starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
Sir, that's incredibly kind. He's like, look, people coming off their 24-hour shift might need to leave early to get back to their homes. That's incredibly considerate. I imagine it's a small department, but not everyone is that considerate.
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow. The apron is where we back our fire trucks into and out of the station.
So he's talking about
so we
their
remove
maintenance.
all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary. The crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
And it may be pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear?
Got to get the trucks out.
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
They do that on the beach too, for the fire trucks, for the lifeguards. My only experience. The snow, not so much.
Sort of the snow accumulation that you noted on your way to work that day. What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
And when you arrived there,
he's like, that don't impress me much.
Did a call come into your station?
The blizzard conditions.
Sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my gear, my firefighting structural gear, out with ambulance 1, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to, what was the dispatch in regard to as far as the medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road, outside. Unclear any further information. So when that came on, we had one of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters, who was a relatively new firefighter. I made the decision to step onto the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting dressed, correct?
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
I was in my civvies and I wasn't doing that.
As far as the other individuals on that ambulance 1 that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flemati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going to the scene. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, who, if anyone, or what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched on this call as well?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1. Due to the severity of the call, depending on how it comes in, the shift commander, which is Car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident. So he also added himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was Car 5, Engine 3, and Ambulance 1.
You know who was on Engine 3 and who was in Car
5? Car 5 was Captain Robry. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
As far as the ambulance 1 that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving and there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who was driving and who was in the front?
Jill, there was a snowblower.
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving.
That's what you missed.
I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front. So I hopped in the back.
The motion sick
so
making
when you're in the back
bit.
of the ambulance and you're going to the call, what is it that you're doing in sort of preparation for arrival?
So as I previously stated, I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on, and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch, an unresponsive male in the snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, and interosseous drill kit, the airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies, and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance arrived on scene, I had all 3 of those bags on my person, and we were able to, the entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
He was just ready to roll.
And as far as if you know approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene on Fairview?
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate.
And as far as when you arrive on
Sir,
scene,
did you have roll out playing in your head as you were doing that?
And as far as the weather conditions where you were
I feel
on
like
Fairview,
I would.
what, if any, difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was
wicked
increased.
And, so when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe for the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get out there?
So I stepped out of the ambulance and came around with all 3 bags. I could hear commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark.
As you
came
were driving
around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance.
After he got out.
And there was a small huddle of 3 individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in the snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
And when you come around the passenger side of the ambulance and you observe that and start to, are you sort of turning left or right, or how are you heading when you come around the ambulance?
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the other people,
He said human form.
How would you,
to be clear,
what any description do you have of those people?
Which is clear.
There were 3 individuals. I believe they were all 3 of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Job.
Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene? Is just sort of tunnel vision right for the patient?
Typically, on
law enforcement's supposed to clear the scene
on a call
first,
like
so
that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain
life-saving measures,
if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
It's a delicate way to put it,
as far
sir.
as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
It did. It was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
And how was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground when you first approached?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no.
I'm sure
breathing,
they're going to
no
clarify
pulse.
that supine means
So
on his
we
back, not on his
immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual, so I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating the patient, trying to get some oxygen into him while the others on scene,
They just didn't
like I
clarify
said,
for the
began
jury.
high quality CPR.
And
They just didn't clarify for the jury to make it consistent.
You use the term supine. What exactly do you mean?
He was laying on his back.
Laying on his back, his
That.
head sort of facing up. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are
Chat, we know.
call
We
of
need the
this
jury to
nature,
know. The jury doesn't have chat.
there's
Chat is
you and
bae.
there's
The jury
other
needs chat.
individuals on the ambulance.
They just don't have
Correct.
chat.
And is there a certain division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned between you and the other people on the ambulance?
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with 2 paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual or the airway monitor and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity. They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head. So I took the ventilation portion of that.
And you use the term as far as a bag valve mask, is that correct? And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is?
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you squeeze that bag, that forces air into the airway, so you can ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as obviously,
my husband and I are nerds. We used to have masks
sort of
and bag valves in the car. We don't anymore.
Treatment of different
Probably should, though.
on any given call, correct?
Correct.
Is there an acronym that's used within those reports as far as bag valve masks?
BVM.
And turning back to sort of when you initially approach where Mr. O'Keefe is, if you know about how far away from, where is he in relation to, well, let me back up. Okay. So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
I think the witness and I just
So
did
if
the
I'm
same
standing
thing.
on the street
He's
and I'm
like,
facing
let me
Fairview
back up.
Road,
And we all
is
just
Mr.
went,
O'Keefe's body to the left, to the right, center, or something?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yes.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood. It seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing, and it was quite windy. So we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was one of the things that I noted. There was a pool of blood.
Now,
yep. When we moved, I don't think they came with me.
Where Mr. O'Keefe's
but
body
no, we would
was,
change them out if we ever
in
used
relation
them.
to the roadway,
I only had to use it once.
If you know about how
And I handed
far
it to somebody else.
away, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence.
I would imagine
that would be my
snow,
best
it's hard
estimation.
to tell how much blood, but there was blood pooling under him.
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
That's approximately 6 to 8 feet from the curb.
Correct.
That's been a bit
So you
consistent.
indicated that sort of what are the first things that you're checking?
How far to the
as far
curb?
as when
Me?
you first arrive
There?
At a patient.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
That's okay. That's okay.
It's not you. It's
So
not
as far as
you.
when you
Mr. Nuttall,
let
it's
me back
him.
up for just 1 second. You use the term in there as far as a cardiac arrest.
Not you,
Correct.
Nuttall.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training and experience?
So
He was
cardiac
giving a
arrest
hypothetical.
is
Everybody
the
knows, nobody cares.
cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole,
Incompatible
pulseless
with life.
electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that, but there's no pulse. You check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
And just in reference to one other term you used in there as far as asystole, if you could explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training.
Sir, it's not systole.
Asystole,
It is not
to
dinner.
Put it as clear as I can, is a flat line.
I pronounce everything wrong. So I understand what he's like, hey, systole, that this witness is like, systole, systole. I pronounce shit wrong all the time. But once I hear it, I generally catch on. But the asystole is going to kill me. It's just.
There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And
it's just too much. It's just
so
too
you're
much.
working sort of at the head of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to your treatment at that point?
So I was, as we talked about earlier, I had a BVM, bag valve mask, and I had.
He says BVM so fast it sounds. It's getting too close to BBL for me. I don't know what's happening. Emily, stop
Mr.
pausing. We need to
O'Keefe.
keep going. We need to keep going.
I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BVM.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of the blood pooling you've already talked about, as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe, any visual
This
observations
witness's
you
whole
made of Mr.
testimony is
O'Keefe
like,
at that point outside?
why are you making me respond?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because it was, as stated, conditions were
And with that blood under the head, they were
and we wanted to get him
suboptimal.
into an environment with better lighting and some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
And
But with
so
the blood, I
other
imagine they were very
firefighters,
concerned about getting him out of there
excuse me, that are on the
safely in
ambulance
case he
with
had
you while you're doing
head
sort of
neck
that
injuries, which he
mask
obviously
and
did.
What, if anything, are they doing?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment. I believe we put this individual on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up, just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing
A backboard.
the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was a coordinated effort on their part.
And I apologize for keep going back and forth.
You
If I could take
do.
it back
You
just
should.
one moment,
And stop
before
it.
that. So when you first sort of arrived to Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there were 3 females sort of huddled around. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. There was it was a scene of heightened emotions. As I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming, I could hear people yelling, and it seemed just to be that group was just quite agitated.
Chat, you guys have great observations of the witnesses. I
Yeah.
love seeing the conversation.
At some point, you are able to get him on the scoop stretcher and then over to the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note as far as what, if any, difference was in the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus
Once you got into the light, what did you notice about the condition of your patient?
on the front lawn?
Lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the
Just
ceiling of the
around
ambulance.
and around
So we
to
would-
ask a simple
those
question.
were on, and we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to get him out of his winter clothing.
And so, to that
What did
point,
you
when
observe?
First get into the back of the ambulance. What is sort of the protocol? What is what is it that each of you
Fine.
are sort of doing
What did
with
you
respect
do
to
next?
patient care at that?
Do you
So
want to
the
know what he
biggest,
did or the protocol of what he did?
Priority is continuous high quality CPR. And that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe
Layers.
a winter jacket and a sweatshirt were removed. And then eventually he was, all the clothing was removed. And that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic
Coded
injury
patient.
is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
And why is that the protocol, sir?
You mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that so you can see
Other
everything.
injuries?
You can
Yeah.
assess everything.
And you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yeah, so we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker. And for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands for us, and that can provide
Really?
CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Huh.
Now, at the time that you get him get Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and you removing some of the clothing, what, if anything, did you note at that time or at any subsequent time in regard to footwear?
To be candid, I wasn't really looking at the footwear.
Sir,
I believe it was
I would
brought
like
to my
him
attention
to
when we
not die.
eventually transferred patient care at Good Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
He was like, I was at the head. I was managing airway, and we were running a code.
From within the ambulance, eventually when you transfer that patient care to the hospital, what, if anything, happens with that?
In terms of the chain of custody of the clothing, that is typically brought in either with the individual or after, and that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is, and then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
He's like, I was working
Say whatever clothing was taken
up
off in the
here.
ambulance, left the ambulance at some point.
Correct.
And went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
He's going to establish chain of custody,
Now-
but somebody else did this part.
When, what, if any, injuries did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe in that sense?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was some scratches on the right arm, the upper arm.
And use the term as far as a hematoma. Could you explain what you understand that term to me?
Lack of a better term is just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
Like a goose egg bruise.
And as far as anything beyond that, did you observe anything or note anything beyond the egg on the head and the scratches on the right arm?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to place an advanced airway.
He's trying to stay in chronological order, and the prosecutor keeps jumping around in time, and that's why he is struggling to answer the questions, because the prosecutor keeps jumping back and forth. He's trying to linearly go with, he got in the ambulance, we did this, and then we did this, and then we did that, and this is what we learned as we went along the way, and the prosecutor is like fighting him.
He was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we placed our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal tube?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords.
And in the chat, somebody noted, how do you get scratches like that through a winter coat?
If you will.
Won't the condition of the coat be interesting?
It isolates the trachea
and
so
the
you
sweater.
can better ventilate your patient.
Because he had scratches and punctures.
Any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed endotracheal tube.
You mentioned there were some substances that were suctioned from his airway, is that correct?
Correct. He already said
what
that.
Were they again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
And do you have any idea how much of that was suctioned?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction suction system to remove it before we intubated.
And just turning briefly again to the arm. These were injuries that you observed on his right arm, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his left arm?
I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
And as far as your memory, as far as his right arm, how far did it sort of extend and where was it located? Sort of upper arm, lower arm, both? Or
the injuries to the
right arm? I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches from, I would say, about the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
And for the record, the witness is indicating from his shoulder to his elbow on his right arm on the back.
Knows, what, if any, observations
no?
you make of that?
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. The individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white. just because he had been in the elements for a little while. There appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well.
He's like, that's what I saw.
Your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct. Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what OPA stands for and what is that device?
Can you explain what that is?
So an OPA, or oral pharyngeal airway, is basically a small plastic device that is
we have
curved.
about an hour left in court today.
And when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway.
It's the thing you see
relatively
them
simple,
using,
but it's very effective in keeping an airway
all the
open.
time.
Just turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as to that in reference to those injuries on the arm?
Those injuries seem to have been congealed. In my opinion, it looked like they had been cold, which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries. But when we observed them, they were not bleeding.
And you mentioned a little bit about Mr. O'Keefe's nose. What, if any, observations did you make as far as any sort of digits, whether they be his hand, his feet, or something else?
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted they were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him just because they were so stiff.
Because he was outside for so long.
And taking you back outside of the ambulance just for a moment, when you're sort of initially there and you're doing your assessment and the 3 females are in your general area, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you or any of the other paramedics or EMTs on scene asked them any questions about what had happened or anything like that?
So as I was ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him. And
did you know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height. And the other two, very similar.
And with reference to that statement of I hit him, is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
In response to his question.
As far as the tone or demeanor, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of, everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
And the individual, one of the 3 females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face or anything?
The individual that said, I hit him, appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
And
that's how they're connecting it to the defendant.
CPR. When you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles. But Mr. O'Keefe was not being, there was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
And to be clear, sort of when you're in the back, fast forwarding now to sort of in the back of the ambulance, you're, again, sort of focused on the respiratory in the head, correct?
Correct.
Lally, can we just go in chronological order?
The department is in the back of the ambulance, and what, if anything, are they doing at that?
So at that point, I had myself and Nat Kelly, EMT Kelly, he was kind of with me for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations, is just squeezing the BVM to provide ventilation. The lead paramedic for the cardiac arrest was Anthony Flemati. He was running everything else. He was running the application of the cardiac monitor. He was monitoring the status of medications being administered. He was assisted with that by Katie McLaughlin, Lieutenant Woodbury, and Firefighter Walsh.
And at some point, if firefighter
Again, the prosecution is going to argue that her saying, I hit him to EMS in their course of what happened so we can get treatment, they are going to find very significant. Is the defense going to try to argue, she said, did I hit him or could I have hit him? We will see. But he remembers her saying, I hit him. So we'll see how that goes on cross-examination.
Flemati, excuse me. At this point that you're in the back of the
because he's trying to assess
sort of demographic information
medically what needs to be done.
Right.
Correct.
So what, if anything, did firefighter Flemati
I hit him wasn't said to the police. It was said to him.
I believe
He's
he
not
asked
police.
Firefighter McLaughlin to
He's the EMT.
exit the ambulance and gather some information from the bystanders in terms of name, date of birth, any significant medical history or medications, just so we could further treat the patient.
And to the best of your knowledge, firefighter McLaughlin leaves the ambulance to do that.
Like, they want to know what happened.
But you weren't present for any of that, correct?
No.
I don't
So
know
there's
when he
some
was
period of time in
interviewed
the
by
back of the
police
ambulance and
because
then
they've not asked that
transport to
yet.
Good Samaritan happens, is that correct?
Correct.
You recall where different people from your department were in relation to that transport to the hospital?
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was myself, Firefighter Kelly, and Firefighter Flemati, with Firefighter McLaughlin driving ambulance 1.
I have just one moment. Right?
Yes.
So the cross will be interesting, but he's not trying to ascertain what happened to determine fault. He's trying to determine treatment.
That we were that you were testifying about before. There was a report generated in regard to this. Is that
Which
correct?
means
Correct.
it's going to be very important to him what she said.
Duty and responsibility of compiling.
That would have been Anthony Flemati.
And have you seen firefighter Flemati's report in relation to this incident?
I have.
Now we're getting to
May I approach
reports.
the witness, John?
Yes.
False light, this is a great question. Can you have a demonstrative that shows faces or like all the additional people to help jurors identify people? They could. They didn't. The prosecutors had a great chart in the Darrell Brooks case. They could have. They could have had a list of who everybody was. They didn't yet. Maybe they will at closing. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll have a PowerPoint. Maybe they won't. But yes, they could. There's a lot they could do that they haven't done. So he's reviewing a report.
How's that?
This is.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is what I believe to be the ENFERS report written by Captain Robbery and the patient care report written by Firefighter Flemati.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
And Lonely Lark, I know people have put together flowcharts.
It's already pre-marked, or you're moving to introduce
The
it now?
jury doesn't have
Is there an
that.
objection?
May have just one other.
Okay.
So the jury is still as confused as we are because the prosecution has not done that.
Patient care report.
All right, that will be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please.
So I am trying to stick to what the jury knows, and we're better off than they are because we can talk about the case. The jury can't talk to each other about the case at all yet. So they're having to keep this straight for themselves with their notes and their memory.
If I could ask for the lights.
We've got, what, almost 20,000 of us in here
Gentlemen, if I could have,
and are still having conversation trying to do that. This is a hard case for the jury because the prosecution is not clear in the way they present things. So,
Mr. Nuttall, just directing your attention up to the screen there and what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
why are there no CSI photos of this house?
I believe that's B34 Fairview Road.
That a relatively
How is this the
barren
best
area
photo that they
around
have?
the time that you arrived there, absent sort of lighting conditions and things of that nature?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, there should be so basically that button on top there.
All right.
And Mr. Nuttall, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first let me ask you, recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
I don't know if they took crime scene
the
photos.
area where you
I don't know if
first,
they ever
observed
treated this
Mr.
like a crime scene.
supine on the lawn and the three
Ever.
females around him. You see that area in this photograph?
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that.
He's going to use the laser pointer
I would say right around this general area.
where
right about here.
the foot trods are is where the
And,
victim was.
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have
Closer to the bottom of the photo than the flagpole.
And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 4?
No.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, do you observe that area within this photograph as well?
Yes.
You could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention.
They didn't
where
yellow
this
tape it,
photograph
and
you
I
observed that.
don't think they rolled out.
They were right around in this general area.
I don't think they rolled out crime scene
Thank you, sir.
at this point.
Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve that?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm interested to see what his tactic is like with a likable witness who was just doing his job
Good afternoon, Firefighter Nuttall.
and
Sir,
is not
how are ya?
involved in the investigation.
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call,
No, he was going on.
No, sir. I was
going
reporting for duty that morning.
just
Early.
starting the shift when you got the
Yes.
call. Understood. I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. Lally. With regard to the clothing, the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient,
Yes.
you said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or at the hospital?
Either one.
Yes.
Okay, both?
So typically, when we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
So that's what happened in this case.
Correct.
You removed the big heavy jacket, discarded it, got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big heavy winter coat, that you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it.
Because then they were manipulating
And
his
you
hands.
have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having the big jacket on.
Correct.
Okay. And you remember that as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident.
Yes.
Okay. When responding to a scene, I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way, if you indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone in this case exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked,
mm-hmm.
no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment with every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way.
The ABCs are
automatically
finite.
went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is
No
your
pulse,
attention
that
is focused
first.
on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
All right. And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed. Correct.
Okay.
For the weather.
As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury that, quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2 photographs as next in order. They have not yet been marked. I believe it would be 160.
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and
Well,
162
the number-
in order.
How does the number not matter?
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, whether you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe was wearing when you found him?
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
He's like, I don't know.
May I approach him?
Yes.
He's like, nope, don't know.
Do you recall this being part of, let me ask you a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe
He didn't
at the time?
cut.
I remember the
off.
clothing being removed.
He's like, I don't know what the clothing
Do you don't
was.
remember this clothing?
No.
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a.
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
May I?
Yes.
He already doesn't recognize it. He's not the one who cut off the clothing. This is not the witness
That
you're
appeared to be
looking
a
for on that.
thin cotton hoodie.
He got it in anyway.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Not a heavy coat. Is that fair?
Fair.
Not a winter jacket.
Fair.
The jury can't see it because it's not in evidence yet. He said, do you recognize this? The prosecution could have objected. They didn't.
Is it fair to say you had a lot on your mind when you were out at that scene, correct?
In terms of just the cut.
Saving a man's life.
Correct.
That's your credentials are impressive. You were there focused on one thing, and that is trying to make sure that a man did not die.
Correct.
Which is why what she said
Would you agree that
was
that
so
was
important.
your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene?
Correct.
This might not
You
help
weren't
the way
necessarily
you
worried
think.
about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
No.
If I asked you whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the three?
Outside of the three.
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I
don't
noted.
know.
Okay. Matter of fact, you can't even identify the three civilians other than generally middle-aged, 40s,
Women.
Caucasian, female.
Correct.
He said
Not his
all three of them
focus.
sort of looked alike, right?
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals
Was
was
blood.
one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
So some of the specifics of that scene you didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
Okay.
He's like, I remember what I remember.
I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
It's amazing how
You
fluorescent lights will
testified at
do
the
that.
grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance, under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head, or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay, so it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head, you might point above your ear, right?
Correct,
That's not
yes.
where you're talking about.
I was, and if, to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note
In
of another
opening,
injury
both
on the
parties
back of
talked
his head.
about fractures to the back of the skull.
No.
He hasn't talked about it yet. So that's not in evidence yet. Jesse, we have not
You talked
gotten
about
to the back of the head
injuries to the right side
in
of his
evidence
arm,
yet,
correct?
but it's not in
You noted
controversy.
that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma.
Is the judge typing?
You didn't say that they were abrasions.
What is
Scratches
that
and
noise?
abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just
I don't understand that word.
So if you remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, excuse my accent.
Oh, no. I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
No, sir.
It's my accent.
Your accent is the
I'm so
appropriate
sorry.
one. The jury gets
Boy,
it.
that one,
Alan just doesn't.
it's going to be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, got it. All right. So when you said furrows, you made your hand on
We just had a full 2 Utes moment. Hold on. We're just going back. We're just going back to the 2 Utes moment. I love that Alan is just like, it's going to be a meme. Like the chat has entered the trial. The internet is live.
Abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
but the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just
I don't understand that word.
So if you remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, excuse my accent.
Oh, no. I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
It's my accent. I'm so sorry. Boy, that one. It's going to be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, got it. All right. So when you said furrows,
That's hilarious.
You made your hand on
It is going to be a meme somewhere, Alan.
Drug it against your right
I'm
bicep.
sure the jury was laughing at that. It's nice to have.
Sustained.
What?
Can you repeat the movement?
It's
that you
nice
did
to have lighter
for the jurors
moments
when you said furrows.
in trial.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question.
Why? He's allowed to ask.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
Is that possible that that came from a small laceration?
Yes.
It sounds like someone is typing
In your
near a
experience-
microphone, and it is
Well, let me ask you
making me
another
crazy.
question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head,
Mhm.
in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened.
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration toward the right side.
Yes.
Of the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did
Calls
it
for
appear to
speculation.
you, just from your initial assessment, given your experience, training, and background,
The court
that
reporter has an
those injuries
oral
look like you've been in a
stenography
fight?
machine.
Objection.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Oh, they're not getting into the fight or whether there was a fight. The witness's face was like, I didn't do anything. I really like this witness too. They are going to sidebar because the defense has not laid the proper foundation to ask about a fight. He has not asked this witness if he has responded as an EMT to fights. This, I see some of you in the chat saying the judge is biased. This is a lack of foundation laid by the defendant. The defense needs to lay a foundation for this witness's experience. He has a lot of experience.
Sir.
Little break.
Have you ever
experience as obviously a training?
He just needs the
firefighter,
foundation.
Tell me the word again that you used.
Field training
He's an
officer, a
FTO.
preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience
they just
the
need
product
foundation.
or the injuries that can be produced from?
And there's the
fist fights?
foundation.
Okay. Injuries to the
So
face.
that's not
Yes.
a biased
Injuries to the mouth.
call. That's just
Injuries to
the right
nose,
call.
to the ears.
And now he's getting
to
into
the
it.
eyes. Defensive wounds on the hands.
Yes.
He skipped a few
Did you
steps.
note we've already talked about, and I don't want to go over all this again. You've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
No, there's
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
Now there's
Was that
foundation.
egg over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma,
Is getting hit.
over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that over their head. You could get hit with a golf ball,
Of course.
for instance.
I'm not asking you to the exclusion of
off.
everything else.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
Okay. And the other injuries as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very white. They were not well perfused. And when you don't have adequate perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen that.
Correct.
The bruising may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Because there was no
Yes.
blood in them.
You indicated that you were not present when your colleague, Katie McLaughlin, was questioning anybody at the scene, correct?
Correct.
She was tasked with that responsibility,
Yeah,
but you did not engage with her.
He's staying very well
Correct.
within his
When I say
boundaries of
engage
what he
with her, you weren't
saw,
standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
what he saw, what he knows, what he did.
You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
Yes.
several times from the woman with the blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic,
Correct.
hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
She seemed despondent or
He
distraught,
didn't say that.
Very distraught.
very upset.
Yes.
Was she saying anything else?
He did say distraught,
That
not
you recall?
despondent.
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
Did you hear her say, could I have hit him?
I heard I hit him.
That's what you believe at this point.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
That's what you believe at this point. That's what I heard. He is not wavering off of her saying I hit him, but he was asking for specific information for medical treatment. So what she said, I'm not surprised, stands out in his mind so much because he wanted to figure out what needed to be treated on this patient.
Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. You were asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked a question when you spoke to her and she said, I hit him, were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? Do you remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember answering, no, there were other people around me. I had paramedics Flemati with me. I believe firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there.
Alan asked a different question. He said, was there anyone else around you, him? And he's saying, no, we were around the victim. So that is the difference between we were all around the victim, not you were all around me.
Together, you were kneeling and you were doing the airway while you called him Tony.
That's Anthony, Tony, yes.
All right, he was doing the CPR,
it's
correct?
Boston,
correct.
He's Tony.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flemati was doing CPR, Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question to her.
What happened?
Do you know him? Correct?
Correct.
Great. So I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, do you know him, directly to the female, and she answered your question with, I hit him, I hit him.
Yes.
Oh, I thought he said what happened.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview.
Okay. I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start
now
at the
we
beginning.
get to a
remember
police
having
report.
a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
He said earlier, I asked what happened. I hit him. Not do you know him? I hit him.
That was obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
Do you recall on February 8th telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene?
To another female, as I stated, I heard several times, I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene? And the other female told Karen to be quiet.
I do recall that.
Okay.
Okay. He does recall that.
That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question and she answered your question.
Well, both could be true.
Right.
Correct.
So which is it?
It could be both.
When ventilating a patient, typically, that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
But you'll agree that your testimony today has changed from what it was from your statement to Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that meeting with Mr. Proctor.
I'm sorry.
I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
I don't remember what I
said.
said
So it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would ask if he reviewed, well, the prosecution should ask if he reviewed his report before testifying. He might not have, and be going off his memory today, not his
when you
memory
went to the hospital
a year ago.
With the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital that you had heard a female claim to have hit John O'Keefe, and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no.
No.
You did not. As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of the victim's injuries are
But that was not
incredibly
his
important
job.
as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station and to take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report
No.
that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, I hit him, and that's the cause and manner of the injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, he didn't
Or
write
you
a
would know
report.
if you wrote a report that said that,
Correct.
and you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
Okay. At any time that day or any day subsequent thereto, did you contact the Canton Police Department, which were the first responders?
I did not.
So let me finish my question. And say, by the way, just so you know, I heard this woman say I hit him out of the scene.
I did not.
Did you ever, on that day or any day subsequent thereto, contact the Massachusetts State Police and say,
I mean, the defense tries to make much out of
Person
nothing,
say I hit him.
but
I did
it
not.
wasn't his report. So,
So the
okay.
first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
So, like, less than a week later?
And by the time we've come
A week later?
circled to today,
Okay.
that statement has now pivoted.
He didn't say
In
that.
terms,
You didn't you didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now, she's talking directly to you now.
she spoke directly to me, yes.
Have you, just one last point, you've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
Correct.
How many times would you say that you've discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is, there's been many discussions.
He didn't
Yes.
answer. No,
Probably
he didn't say he was involved in many discussions.
Frequently.
He said it comes up and I
have
try to
any of
stay out
those
of it.
discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory around that time frame?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can have that.
It's a fair
Have
question.
they?
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure.
It's
Have
a fair
any of those
question.
discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory?
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, that it wasn't intentional.
Understood. And nobody's casting aspersions.
Yeah.
Memory's
Well,
a funny thing.
You kind of
So
are.
your memory is as good about that as it is about
He's
that winter.
being cross-examined. That's why he's
That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
asking. Again, I think both can be true. I don't think they made a ton of headway with that witness. But
Mr. Nuttall, when it comes to
Wally's not going
being
to tie
asked
that up
about,
very much. I don't think. We'll see. Maybe I'll be surprised.
consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
What?
Rephrase that for me.
Yeah, what?
Poorly phrased on my part. So
Yeah.
you would have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on Mr. O'Keefe could be consistent with as far as having been the cause of those injuries, correct?
Correct.
And how many sort of myriad of other causality or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injuries that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
And just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about
The answers would be clear if the questions were clear.
in particular time frame, were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with Trooper Crawford?
Sorry, rephrase that for me.
Uh-huh.
Let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So
Yep.
just again, for clarity purposes, when you were asked about some states.
If you have to say for clarity, it's because your questions aren't clear. Ask the simpler question. Just ask him. So, It could have been caused by somebody being hit or other things. How many other things? All great.
That were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during an interview, correct?
Correct.
And so, with regard to what you recall differently, is it the statement that the person, the female with the blood on her face, made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
What?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him. And then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority.
So
if that answers your question.
Both or not?
Do you recall specifically at this time the other statements that you were asked about as far as whether or not the other female told that female to be quiet?
I do remember that, correct.
Will you just ask him to review his report, or ask him if he did review his report?
As far as the female with blood on her face, and again, that was the differentiating character between the two females that you observed there, correct?
Correct.
And your memory of that statement is, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Why didn't you ask if he reviewed his report?
All right, Mr. Nuttall, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Lally, to start?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Anthony Flemati to the stand.
There's about 20 minutes left. Of court for the day. We're gonna zoom as this witness comes in.
In the case now and here, and speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
The questions. There was better redirect to be had with that witness. It was not had. If the state is pinning a lot of their case on what Karen Reed said to EMS when they arrived, then what you need to do is a better redirect as to whether or not he observed both things or not.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Yeah.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Name is Anthony Flemati. Last name spelled Flematti.
And how are you?
I like the Tony Stark facial hair, Anthony.
Acting lieutenant at this time for the Canton Fire Department.
And how long in total have you worked for the Canton Fire Department?
Got hired in 2015, July of 2015. So coming up on 10 years.
And prior to working with the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within sort of the same field?
So in the same field, I worked for the Athol Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012, March 2012, until July of 2015. So just transferred departments.
And even prior to working with the Athol Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anywhere?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke.
I'm trying to keep my...
Worked for Fallon Ambulance.
I know Holyoke. I'm trying to keep my notes straight.
Basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
And just starting with the EMT side of it for first, what, if any, training...
background training experience is going to be mostly the same line of questions as the last one.
There's different levels of certifications for EMTs. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week for about, like I said, about 6 months. Take a certification, practical, and written examination for that to get your basic level, and then you move on to the paramedic level of schooling as well.
Can you describe for the jury a little bit about sort of what that paramedic level of schooling is?
So the paramedic schooling starts, it's about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school, 2 to 4 times a week.
There's not going to be objections to the fact that they're paramedics.
For about 14 months, and then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU, heal, check. You would then, about 200 to 300 hours, walk you through how 200 or 300 hours, clinical assessment, again, skills. And you do a
last
written
witness
test,
on how to become
again,
a
with the state
paramedic
department to acclimate.
There's a written portion and a practical portion to both the EMT and the fire department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have
background training experience?
You had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it was February
sir?
up till this time.
Did they increase your pay or did they just
And
increase
within
your
the town of
title
Canton,
because
how
they
many,
weren't
fire station,
promoting
or
at the moment?
firehouses do you have?
I have questions.
So we have 2 different stations, headquarters and Station 2.
Oh my God.
That we operate of.
And do you work specifically in one, or does it sort of
I don't
rotate?
know why.
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we rotate through the different positions, or different stations. As
I
the
don't.
lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1. So
Okay.
headquarters.
And where is
Great.
Station 1 located?
99 Revere Street.
Great.
And with respect to each of the 2 station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and apparatus are located in?
So we have, depends on what's obviously in service for mechanical issues and
Why?
stuff. But
Why are we doing this?
a primary engine, a backup engine. We try to have at each station. We have 1 tanker truck, 2 ladder trucks. We have 2 primary ambulances and then a backup ambulance as well. So we try to have at least 1 engine, 1 ambulance, 1 ladder at each.
I don't know how any of this matters for this jury. They've already gone through the equipment at both firehouses with the last witness. It's not in controversy. None of this is in controversy. They're not going to object that he's not an EMT, that he doesn't have appropriate training to be a paramedic. I don't know how any of this is relevant to his testimony. What hours do you work your
For
shift?
shifting or shift work, it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. So we work 24-hour shifts. We'd have a 24 period off from work, another 24, and then we're off for 5 days.
And when you're assigned to a certain shift,
Gee, weird, just like the last witness said.
A specific duty or truck. Or
What a waste of time.
We're usually just assigned to a specific position for either the 10-hour or the 14, depending on rotations, overtime, that kind of stuff.
How is
But
any of this
We're usually assigned to an individual piece
helpful?
or individual position for that
Were
shift,
you working
whether
on
it's a
this day?
shift or the
How
whole
were you
24.
assigned?
And
Are
so
you
starting
trained as a
with just, the
paramedic?
ambulance, if
Is
you're
your
assigned to the
certification up to
ambulance, how many
date?
people and what are
Great.
involved in the ambulance?
So the ambulance, we would have 2 people assigned to the ambulance. We rotate either through seniority or through care level, whether paramedic, EMT. If you're both paramedics, then it would go by seniority and swap back and forth for call volume and
The
tech.
background training and
who's
experience
in charge
could
of the
go
call.
much faster.
And then we would also cross man with the ladder as well. So depending on the call that comes in for service, we would either on a fire call, we
Jay,
could take
I'm
the
just,
ladder,
it's so
medical call, we could take the ambulance.
redundant.
And with respect to the engine, how is that
It's-
sort of?
It's a
divvied up, or
waste
what
of
are the
time for this
different
jury.
roles
This
in
is
it?
supposed to be
So
an
with the engine,
8-week trial.
if we have a full staff of 13 members, we would have 4 people on the engine. If there's a
There
couple
is
people
no
off vacation,
need
that type of thing, we could do
to tread the
it's,
same
the
ground
driver, the step,
over and
and then the
over
lieutenant in
and
charge of the
over
engine.
again.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th,
Good.
Into the evening of January 28th, into the
He
morning
did
of
zoom
January
that a little
29th.
more than the
You're
last
working on that
witness, so
occasion?
yay for that.
Okay, you're working 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
But he
Is that
doesn't need to
correct? That's
replow
correct.
the same field.
And which firehouse were you working out of on that occasion?
I believe it was Station 1 at the time.
And what was your assignment in relation to that shift, whether it was ambulance?
Also, they
truck,
only have
or
15
engine
minutes
work?
left.
That would have been
today.
ambulance 1.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned to ambulance 1 along with you with that?
At the time, I was working with Matthew Leahy, not Leahy, sorry, Matthew Kelly. We have a lot of similar names.
And
So we've
what, if any,
noticed in this
disparity
trial.
was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience that Mr. Kelly had at that time?
So Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the EMTB, probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame, the 28th, 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather, forecast, that?
Yeah, so leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I had always lived a good distance away from work. So I would try and tie overtime shifts in so I wouldn't have to commute more than once back and forth. But
And
with the
that
storm
makes
coming,
sense.
wanted to not have to drive into the weather. So I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you arrive the night before?
The night before I arrived at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is the start of the shift.
And so you were essentially on shift for relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
And
that's relevant.
you mentioned that there was a
The
storm
fact that he was
forecasted. What, if
on
anything,
for
else
like
do you
2 days
recall about
before,
what type of
that
storm
matters.
Or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning. So if the opportunity arose, I took the overtime for that night.
What did it turn out to be as far as?
Exactly as predicted. We hadn't gotten much snow up until about midnight or so, and then snow developed since pretty much then on.
And in a moment, I'm going to ask you about a call around 6 a.m., but just if I could take you back a little bit before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say, after midnight, but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recall how many calls were prior to that. That one was kind of the key of the night.
So you mentioned sort of, what if any memory do you have as far as like sort of when it started to snow?
It would have been after 10 p.m. for sure, but I'm not sure exactly.
At some
Now,
point, we're going to
turn your
start
attention
just
to,
hearing, that was the
little bit
judge saying, not
after,
me. We're going to start
6
hearing,
a.m. you get a dispatch.
so you didn't hear it
for a
because
medical
you were in the
call,
shower.
correct?
So it was snowing.
And
So it started
just
snowing.
prior to that,
So
what
was it
about
snowing?
time did you sort of
Oh, it was snowing?
get up, rise, and sort of, start doing things around the station that day?
So shift change usually happens around 8
How
a.m. in
did
the
you
morning.
say 900
It takes a while
words
to
to
get
say
everything
what
ready
time
for
did you
normal
get
business
up?
hours. We try and get the station prepped for public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the sidewalks, the apron. So we get up around 5:30.
We got up,
depending
we
on
had
call
shit to
volume
do.
throughout the night. Sometimes we're up throughout the whole night. But we
Ew.
got up that morning around 5
I could
to
never.
shovel, snow blow, salt the public walkways, that type of thing.
I mean, thank God
Specifically
for
when it
them.
comes
I
to
could never.
the apron, that's sort of the area in front of the garage doors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so
That was the judge, not me.
why is it so important to sort of clear off the apron as far as snow is concerned?
So as far as in front of the apparatus doors, it's a very limited height clearance between the top of the fire apparatus and the actual garage bay doors. So a few inches of snow would be enough to cause us to bump into the ceiling of the apparatus garage
Definitely
doors.
don't want to bump
So we
the
have to keep
fire
that
truck
relatively almost bare
into
to
the
be able to pull the
garage
apparatus out
doors.
without causing any damage.
And about what time was it that you and the other
Chat, you keep asking me,
firefighters
why
at
does
the
this
station,
matter?
started to
IDK.
sort of clear off, whether it be the parking lot, the apron, or anything else as far as snow?
I'd say about 5:15, 5:30.
And at the time that you get this call, shortly after 6 a.m., about how much snow was on the ground at that point, if you know?
It's probably 4 to 6 inches.
And
The
this dispatch
timeline
that
is
comes in shortly
helpful
after 6
from
a.m.,
like
what
when
was
you
the
got up
dispatch
that
in
day
regard to it,
forward,
and where were you
just to
dispatched?
lay the foundation.
We didn't have much information going out the door, just that there was a man on the side of the road. And we knew, due to the weather, there could be a significant call. So
Before I leave and depart on that just for 1 second, when it comes to when you're outside sort of
He's like,
shoveling
let
off
me
the
go
apron
this way, and then I'm going to
sort of
circle
parking
back
lot,
that way.
in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you note as far as sort of the weather conditions, visibility, things like that?
So visibility was extremely poor. High winds, probably 20, 30 mile an hour winds. Temperature probably in the 20s with still actively snowing at that time.
So still cold and
the
snowy
winds, to the best of your
and windy.
recollection, was this something that was just sort of a gust, or was it sort of persistent?
Sustained winds and then probably gusts as well.
And so you received this dispatch, and
The prosecutor sounds bored with his
get in the
questions.
ambulance and go, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, is in the ambulance with you when you respond?
This
So
matters.
responding in, I had myself, Matthew Kelly, and firefighter Nuttall had come in early as well to try
Oh,
and
did
beat
bang, I
storm
didn't
and get
hear
in
it.
on time, as he
Chat,
was
you're
scheduled
right,
to come
we
in
did
at 8
bang. I don't
a.m.
know why I
that
didn't
morning
hear the
anyways.
bang.
But with the heavy snow,
We'll
wanted
celebrate
to
in a
make sure he
minute.
could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
And within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on route to the call?
I believe Matthew Kelly was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Nuttall was in the back of the truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from Station 1 to the scene on Fairview Road, What, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the road conditions, visibility as you were driving?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station. So
why do you need
normally get there in
900
a couple
questions
minutes,
to say
but
what
it
were
was
conditions
slow
like?
driving over there. So I remember going pretty slow to get over to the scene.
What were the
As
conditions?
far as this particular time of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. It was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as what, if any, other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
That's
so
helpful.
The other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3. And
so they dispatched
just engine 3,
an ambulance,
car 5,
and
will
an
sometimes
engine.
go. That's the shift commander
No,
for the
no.
department.
What happened
depending
this
on the
day?
nature of the call, how it comes in, and the ambulance. So it would have been the 3 apparatus.
And do you recall who, if anyone, was in either car 5 or the engine?
So car 5 would have been, at the time, Captain Wendell Robery. And the engine, it would have been Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and the lieutenant for the engine was Greg Woodbury.
And you mentioned it took a little bit longer than without the weather to get to Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you have any idea approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on scene?
I'd have to refer to the EMS report. That is going to be more accurate, but I believe it was 5 or 6 minutes.
The court told the jury 8 weeks.
And to that point, with any call, there's an
the
EMS
estimate was 4 to 5 when I said I would cover it gavel to gavel.
Who is it prepared by?
The time
So it's usually the
estimate
person who texts the call or is in charge of the call. This was an ALS level call, so it would have been myself.
So you wrote as far as the
Advance
report in
life
relation
support.
to the EMS arrival, and within that is contained sort of different times that things happen along the way, correct?
Correct.
And
I
the
think he's
times that are noted within
anticipating
that
the
report,
report
is that something that's noted as it's happening, or is that something that you go
being
back
cross-examined
and figure out
on.
at a later time?
So as we're going through the call and radio messages
treading
are
new
sent,
ground.
that's all documented on a third party that documents timestamps, things like that. As far as on scene, transport, clear from the hospital.
Who does
type of thing. It's all third party documented.
Who,
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
like the dogs being let out, who's the third party that's documenting the timestamps? I would like to know. The was it snowing is going to,
the 7th page and ask you to direct your attention to the far right.
they think they need to do it for a
See that
reason.
portion of the report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, what I placed before you as Exhibit 160, that's your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that right column of the 7th page in view, what, if anything, do you see with regard to times?
So we have our dispatch time 6:06, en route time 6:07, on scene 6:14, at patient 6:15, and we are transported from that scene at 6:27, and
So they
arrived
transported
at
out.
destination at the hospital 6:45.
It took them from 6:27 to
That
6:45 to
destination
get to the
would
hospital.
have been Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could, going back to sort of your dispatch from Station House to Fairview Road, can you describe sort of the path?
We just went from what's the timeline of you getting to the hospital? Now let's get back to the very beginning of the call. And I think it's what frustrates me about this particular prosecutor quite a lot is that we are not going in chronological order. And that is, it's very hard to keep straight.
As far as what direction, what route you took to go from one to the other?
Yep. So from Revere Street, we would have come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. And that would have brought us down to the address.
And as you're coming
I'm going to
down
answer that when we get to
Fairview, are you
questions.
familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you're coming down Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadway as you're coming down?
Actually,
as
so
you're-
far, nobody's
that is
checked
a
armpits.
downhill towards about halfway down the road, so a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
Nana Becky, congratulations on 30
And
months.
The address that you responded to with 34 Fairview Road, when you're coming from the direction that you were coming off of Chapman, is that a residence that's on your left, your right, or something else?
That would have been on the left.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond?
My cousin Vinny is so good, Wedge.
So we had the fire apparatus. There's another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but
they were focused on their call. That's fair.
Sort of pull up to the scene, what, if anything, is it that you
Unseen King said, "Shout out to my mom in the replay crew."
Getting out of the truck.
Mom made it this far because I've been
so
screaming.
As we're pulling up to the scene, we see.
Do you think the firefighters are sitting there listening to the sirens, going, "I wonder who that is. I wonder what they're rolling out on. Do you think it's more interesting than this? I wonder who's left at the station if we're all here testifying."
2 female parties, non-uniformed personnel that were going back and forth between the body
Kevin.
And the side of the street and back and forth.
Dispatch is recording the timestamps.
Appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and
the Sistoli Piccoli. Sistoli Piccoli's going on the list.
Again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground. Is that correct?
It was, yes, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting, or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Now, this individual, as far as the person on the ground, at some point you were able to subsequently identify who that was. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you identify?
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and we were able to do a more thorough search once interventions had started.
So when you first arrive on scene,
well, that's not what the last witness said.
You're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
To the point you sort of tunnel vision to the patient, correct?
Yeah.
So you arrive on scene and you
Gen B granted for the duration of this trial and maybe forever.
So we then go grab all of the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient's side to be able to start treatment.
All right, Mr. Flemati, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you, Ms. Tillali.
Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow.
Oh.
Mind you, please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Did she just say no court tomorrow? First of all, this judge feels like she is counting down the clock, and the fucking second it hit 1 p.m., she's like, we're out. Everybody out. Get the fuck out. We are done. So whoever asked, is it a hard stop? Yeah, if he had said another syllable, she is standing up and being like, get out. What, ma'am? Do you have therapy now? Like, what is on the docket for the afternoon? The judge is like, done. That's hilarious. Okay, I'm backing up because I want to hear what she says about no court tomorrow, but she is like, I gotta go. Like, I am done. It was snowing and I am done. I'm done too. The slogging nature of this case presentation is grating on me, and it's day 2. Fuck. All right.
To be able to start.
Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow.
No court tomorrow. Okay.
Mind you, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you on Thursday morning, and Thursday will be a half day. Thank you very much.
All right,
we're gonna get through. And we're out. All right, no court tomorrow. Well, that's surprising. Thursday, I guess, I'm guessing 9 a.m. They're so serious about getting the fuck out of there. I don't think I've ever seen a court wrap up so damn fast. They're like, fuck, we are out. Good God. Okay. That's wild. The swiftness. Like, okay, bye. I bet she was standing before he even finished his questions. I have no idea why the half days. I have no idea if she needs to get to lunch because she has an afternoon calendar, if they have motion arguments. I don't know. But what I do know is it was literally noon on the dot when she's like, that's enough for this day. Peace. That was so abrupt. Well, there's definitely, look, this is a formal court. They have gone to judge, every morning starts with God Save the Commonwealth, which is new for me. I don't even know where we're at. For the chat that's like, she didn't start right on time. She did yesterday. Jurors were delayed because of traffic this morning. I think the court was probably ready to go on time, but the jurors were delayed because of traffic. So there's not a lot of wiggle room going on there. Let's do a quick summary. I'm going to answer some of your questions. And I guess we have a bye day tomorrow, which means the podcast will premiere at our normal time, 11 a.m. Central. I'll be in the chat with you. We're going to talk about Britney Spears. So we're going to do it. Lori said, I love watching ADB when she's frustrated with an attorney. Look, I pulled it up because it was said in the chat. I think it was Emily Outdoors that said, it feels like the prosecution's asking questions as if he needs to meet the minimum word count on an essay. I have always been the attorney who is going with, I try, shorter, more concise questions. The better questions you ask, the better they're understood, the better answers you get. His questions are way too long and way too complicated. And so when he's frequently saying, sorry, bad question, it's because the jury doesn't, or the witness doesn't understand him, because I don't even think sometimes he understands what he's asking. So it is frustrating. We could have gone through some of the background training and experience on you're a paramedic, you're this, you're that, much more quickly. I'm sure the prosecution has a reason to do it. It's just, it's not my preference. It's kind of grating, and he's not easy to follow. There were times that Carrie Morrissey wasn't easy to follow, but she would get there at the end. It's just kind of frustrating to watch. The slog that is the direct examinations is frustrating. These jurors must just be feeling it, right? The jurors must just be like, so it was snowing. Good. I don't think the defense is going to fight them on whether or not the paramedics are a paramedic. It's not in controversy. The medical treatment is not in controversy. Though these are things we can move through foundationally a little bit more quickly. But I think that I think the prosecution is trying to dot all their I's, but you also get redirect. If there's a huge issue with redirect, you can get back to it. Like these are not the big issues in this case. I was just going to say, it feels like the prosecution's missing the point, but as this case plays out, I feel like I'm going to feel that way more and more and more. But the timeline is so confusing. It's going to hurt the prosecutor. It's going to hurt the prosecution. If the jury only understands the defense timeline, that's not going to work for the prosecution, because the defense timeline puts everything in doubt. Let's get to a quick summary. Then let's get to questions. Yeah. Court is only a half day today on day 2. And when I say the court ended at 1 p.m. local time on the dot, the witness was barely finished his question before the judge was out of her chair saying, and that's enough for today. There's no court tomorrow. See you back on Thursday. It's a half day. And then no court Friday. So we're only really getting 2 court days this week. We are on witness number, Emily, go to the notes, 6. We have had 2 EMTs fire paramedics testifying today. The first fire paramedic witness that testified, Mr. Nuttall, is the one who testified to hearing Karen Reed say, I hit him. The defense on cross-examination brought up inconsistencies between his statement from trial saying his inconsistencies in his statement in trial where he said he asked what happened and then I hit him was the response, to his statement to the investigating officer, Trooper Proctor, where he said, I asked, do you know him or who is this? And the response was, I hit him. So, and there was another third part of that statement where he had said previously, I overheard her say, I hit him to another woman that was on scene and heard that other woman say, be quiet. I'm not clear that those are inconsistent versus there being a statement here and a statement there, but the prosecution didn't clear it up. So I think the impression that many are left with is, did this testimony change in the response? Was the I hit him a response to EMS asking what happened? Was it not a response to EMS? Was she talking to someone else? It left it very unclear, which is a win for the defense, which is so confusing to me because the prosecution leaned into that statement to this witness. This is the witness who says, Karen Reed said, I hit him in response to him. And the defense muddied the water on how that was elicited, how that came in, and the circumstances surrounding that statement. So if that is one of the key elements for the prosecution, I would have expected them to tie that together more tightly. It was not tied together more tightly. And I think there was I think they left some question about exactly how that all went down that the prosecution didn't tie in well. We are in the middle of direct examination of the supervising firefighter paramedic who is the one who wrote the report. I imagine we'll get into the report more. We'll get into what clothing the victim was wearing or not wearing and had removed from him. The first paramedic said that he was dressed appropriately for the weather. So had a heavy jacket on and like a sweater on, but he remembered he was dressed appropriately for the weather, but was not the one cutting off clothing. The defense showed him a picture of like a hoodie, and didn't make much more comment to that because he said, I don't really remember, but yes, that looks like a picture of a hoodie, but I don't remember. We will have the paramedic that cut the clothes off of the victim testify. We will see if there was a coat or no coat. It leaves the question of if there are scratches or furrows on the victim's arm, how did they get there? And was the clothing damaged? Or were there injuries under the clothes and the clothes were not damaged, which will raise a lot of questions. So it will be interesting to see the condition of the clothing when paramedics cut them off. And then there was a moment with witness Nuttall where he was talking about furrows on the skin with his Massachusetts accent. And the prosecution was like, I'm sorry, I don't know. No, the defense attorney, Alan Jackson, who's from Los Angeles, was like, I'm sorry, I don't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. And he said it again. And he's like, oh, furrows, not furrows. And he's like, the witness said, sorry, it's my accent. And Alan Jackson said, I'm on your turf. Sorry for me. And then the witness was like, my cousin Vinny. And I didn't think we would see my cousin Vinny coming into the chat, but whoop, there it was. So for any of you watching this in the replay crew, we love you. Miguelina, can we just timestamp the My Cousin Vinny bit and we'll have to clip it and put it in quick bits? Because that was really a funny exchange. The court needed a light moment today. I think it'll make the jury like the defense attorneys, which they need because the defense attorneys are going to have to do some pointed questioning of a lot of these witnesses and to have light moments with the witnesses while saying, look, you've got good credentials, but your focus, and the defense did a great job of this, your focus was on patient care. Your focus wasn't really on who was saying what. Your focus wasn't really on what anybody was wearing. Your focus was on establishing an airway and figuring out what you needed to do to treat this patient, right? So it establishes that maybe what EMS thought they heard, they didn't hear all the way. And they're leaving that possibility open. But the best part of the day was definitely the My Cousin Vinny entering the chat. If you've not seen that movie, 10/10, can't recommend it enough. So, Alan Jackson did say it would be a meme, so it's fair to clip it. Clip it. We're going to. I'll have to clip it down and put it on social as well, but I will clip it and put it. Maybe we'll put it by itself on Quick Bits and then put it into this Quick Bits for the summary tomorrow. Anything else that I'm missing? No. Let's get to your questions real quick, and there we will. Kay said, or if it was a dog bite, could the coat have been thrown away? Where's the coat? Who was responsible for it? EMS seems to remember a coat. Did the coat disappear? When EMS took the victim's clothes to the hospital and put them there in the hospital room, who accessed them next? Could things have gone missing? Could that be the defense's argument? We'll see, because I want to know what the clothes looked like and what damage there was to the clothes. We're definitely going to need to know what damage there was to the clothes, because even if he was struck by a car and fell, if you're moving backwards, you would expect something on the clothing, depending on how much snow there was, or the clothes to be wet. I don't know what the condition of the clothes was. I don't think we're there yet in the testimony. Hopefully we'll get there. Let's get to your questions. Oh, one more point on the clothing. We will see video, we are told in opening statements, that there is video from the bar that night and from outside the bar. So we should see at least some of what the victim was wearing. So Terry asked, is the coat missing? We don't know. We have questions. We don't know. We're just getting puzzle pieces thrown at us, and we got to wait. And we're like, are we missing a piece? Yeah, right now we're missing a ton of pieces. We have a few puzzle pieces that have been hurled at us, and we're like looking around going, where's the rest of the pieces? But we should see video from earlier in the evening from the bars and see what the victim was wearing earlier in the evening, and then see what clothes were recovered from the hospital. We'll tie that all in later. Do we know right now? No, that's not in evidence. Did the defense raise a question about it in their questioning? Yeah, they did. They raised a question about it in their questioning. That question has not been answered. It's not the defense's job to answer the questions. It's just their job to poke at the questions. If the prosecution can't answer the questions, then it leaves doubt. Let's get to questions. Aaron M., have you ever thought about doing actual bingo cards for these live trials? Aaron, I have thought about it. In civil cases, it doesn't sit with me the way it does for criminal cases. This criminal case is so contentious. There is, a entire community in upheaval. So while I might joke that Wicked is on my bingo card, I feel like sometimes making an actual bingo card would be a bit too light, given the circumstances of the case. But if we get into cases that are a little bit more ridiculous and a little bit lighter, yes. But this case is heavy. This case is either a girlfriend hitting her boyfriend with his car and leaving him to die in the snow, or someone being framed in a police cover-up. Either way, it's fucking tragic. And so I think that it's too heavy of a case. I think we can, so no, I don't feel right about making actual bingo cards, but I just do like to talk about, I didn't expect this to come up. And when I say I didn't have that on my bingo card, it's really me short-circuiting. I didn't foresee that coming up. Chat, yes, we totally should have done them for the Paltrow case, but I didn't foresee this coming up. I didn't foresee my cousin Vinny entering the chat in this way. I do want to see someone say Wicked. But at the end of the day, it is a very heavy trial. And yes, there will be light moments. And yes, I will try to make moments light when the prosecution is slogging on with another recitation of what the requirements are to become a paramedic. But at the end of the day, members of this community are watching this trial, and some of them are going to be watching with us. And the levity, I think, has to be balanced with how serious this case is. So that's where my decision making is on that. So a lighter civil case next time, because there's no good outcome in this case, truly. And that's something that's hard. There's just, the investigation at this point looks like it was not great, and victims deserve better than that. Defendants deserve better than that. People deserve good investigations and answers to what happened. All right. Melanie said, question, with there being snow. What? There's snow? Sorry. At the time of the incident, won't the jury view be affected somehow? No, the jury needs to get a sense for distance. Also, this is a local jury. They know what snow looks like. Like, it's not confusing to them. So no, though it won't be exactly the same and the judge will give an instruction about that, they can get a layout for the yard. But like, the flagpole and the mailbox shouldn't be moved unless, unless the new owners of the home ripped out the flagpole. I wonder how they're going to get permission from the new. Are they just going to roll up at the? I hope they ask the new homeowners. I don't know in this case, but I hope they ask the new homeowners. I hope they ask the new homeowners for permission to do a jury view on their lawn. Taldy said, question, did the EMT say it was Karen Reed that said I hit him? No. The EMT said it was the woman who had blood on her face that said that. He does not connect that woman to Karen Reed, but other evidence does. So no, he did not say that, but yes, that's what's in evidence. Silence said, my 10-month-old granddaughter smiles and dances every time she hears your voice. Well, hello, Silence's 10-month-old granddaughter. Don't pick up on my cursey word habits. Ooh la la Pat said, been here for a long time as a former water polo player, goalkeeper. You must be taller than me. My brother was a goalkeeper. The work that you do is fantastic. Thanks to you, Rob Runkle. I finally understood how spicy my brain is. Pure bliss listening to you guys. Finally, peeps that function as I do. I know sometimes you find your ADHD folks and you're just like, There's times when different neurospices don't play well together, especially if sometimes people are more methodical. And that probably is some of my frustration with the prosecutor, is that I am used to people who speak very quickly. I spend a lot of my time with other folks with ADHD and autism. So as we get into the slower, more methodical patterns of speech, my brain starts to scream on the inside and it gets much harder for me to listen. So that's part of where my spiciness is coming from. Matt Bond said, if his family believe Karen is innocent, could they sue the Commonwealth for causing distress, putting them through this? No, suing government agencies is very, very difficult. And what the family believes and what the family supports is not a key consideration for the prosecution moving forward. KN Wag said, EDB, been working and watching Daybell. I have to see it through. I totally get it. Don't apologize to me. Once you're in, you're in. You're like, we're in this till the end. Have followed Karen Reed the past year, and now we are here. We'll be replay crew. You always said springtime is trial time. I do say that. Too many choices. Miss you big. Much love, Wags. Wags, don't worry. Court days are only part days, so you'll be able to catch up on this pretty quickly. Especially if you see my face like this. Just fast forward that part. Marianne said, I've always watched a lot of crime shows, but since watching so many trials with you, I am constantly picking up on all the things they do incorrectly on TV. Love the education. I know they should just call me and be like, can we do this? I'm like, it might not make a good storyline, but that's not how it would happen. So we'll see. Valkyrie Art said, I'd sue the police force since it sounds like serious fuckery. That becomes much more difficult to do. But with the investigations going on, there is stuff. I mean, there is stuff there. There is stuff going on. Lynn said, have you seen the videos of the New York DA who refused to pull over for a cop and acted horribly? Thoughts on her using her position like that? CEG, my thoughts on Murdaugh running around with red and blue lights like he was the master of the fucking universe. A number of my DA friends sent that video to me over the weekend. And I was like, have you resigned yet? Because abuse of power is a thing. So don't abuse your position of power. If law enforcement is pulling you over, you know what you need to do? Pull over. I don't give a fuck that you're the DA. But also my friend sent me a video with screenshots of the comments on TikTok. And some of the comments said, I can hear EDB saying, ma'am, accurate, law nerds. To the law nerds that commented that under that video, accurate, ma'am, you are not above the law. And her statement, like 10 out of 10, this is what she was thinking. Her statement was, I figured they would run my plates and not pull me over. Okay. And they still pulled you over. You were speeding. You're not above the law. Have I seen people act that way? Have I seen judges act that way? Do I think that they should? How are you going to prosecute people expecting them to follow the law when you don't want to follow the fucking law? Like, you're not better than anybody. You have a job. That doesn't make you better than anybody. It infuriates me. Matt, the future ESQ, said, hey, Emily, I finally passed the one math class I needed and will be graduating next week. Congratulations, Matt. Math hurts my brain. Casey says, what is the difference between argumentative and speculation? Casey, I can help with this. Argumentative is basically putting an argument in a question. Alan Jackson saying, so if you testified 5 weeks from now, your story would continue to change? That's not a question. That's an argument. Speculation is, so what was the DA in New York thinking when she refused to pull over? Asking not that person. That person would then be speculating to somebody else's state of mind. Or asking me, what did other Emily think when your husband picked up her Starbucks order this morning by accident? That would be calling for me to speculate about something else. Why did this person do X, Y, Z? I don't fucking know. I'm not that person. Why did one of the witnesses go into the house? I don't know. Ask them. I can't speculate as to what somebody else did. When someone is testifying, they can testify too, if they're not an expert. Asterisks. What they saw, what they heard, what they did. Saw, heard, did. That's it. Why did this person do that? Fuck if I know. I don't know. I can't explain other people's behavior. What about this? If you are an expert, then there is some more room for you to testify to things in your experience, which is why Alan Jackson was required to lay a foundation about what other types of things could cause like a goose egg to the head. And he said getting hit with a golf ball or baseball or lacrosse ball or sports ball or balls to the face, whatever. Oh, I'm sorry. That's only after the nose job. That was a Clueless reference. So that is speculation. So hopefully that helps. Dana Love Zumba said, so he just said he didn't read it, but he signed it saying he did in the Navy. We call that gun decking. I don't remember what that was referring to. Strawberry lemonade at 8 a.m. in the morning. Me sitting here with my strawberry refresher. My bad. No, it's just me being judgy because caffeine is part of my lifeblood. Jessica said, how will not stating the reason for objections affect appeals if she's convicted? I don't know how this court normally does it. I don't know. I don't know how looking at the record, sometimes it's clear what the objection is going to be. I don't know. I imagine they do that more. So they could just yell out objection for no reason and the judge sustains and then no one's the wiser. I mean, they're ethically supposed to have a reason. And they haven't. They've been pretty restrained. I can generally see some of the objections, but sometimes I don't hear all of the question or I'm thinking of something else and then I'm there. Question typed by my 1-year-old while I was away from my iPad. Yes. Something feels off with this judge, in my opinion, of course. Leonard Soph, she seems tired and annoyed. She's like, but that's how I feel during this trial. Music to My Soul says, if the judge allows objections only without stating the grounds for them, how does the defense preserve for appeal? That's where we're at. After this trial, I would love to ask somebody, do you think it's possible that the judge saying no grounds is to prevent speaking objections? Oh, no, that's exactly what it's for. Not that that's possible. It's so it does not devolve into what we saw in New Mexico with the two parties just yelling at each other and the judge just being like, don't make me take away your coffee. That's exactly why. That's exactly why. Bring the commentary. Thank you so much. Oh, it is getting hot in here. Did my husband leave the door open for the cats and turn off the air conditioning? Probably. Hold on. Let me turn my fan on. I am getting hot. It's getting hot in here. We're leaving on our t-shirt and turning on the fan, though. Nothing more salacious than that. The cats have been enjoying the catio, but when the cats go out on the catio, the AC goes off because, we're not trying to let all the bot air out. So it's getting spicy in my office. Happy Taco Tuesday. Thank you. ASMRDA, he should start a YouTube channel. So much better than melatonin. There you go. You guys can rewatch the trial without my screaming commentary. Greetings from Worcester, aka the Woo. Good to see you. We talked much about the grounds. It's a lot. It's a lot. The prosecutor pacing voice makes me feel like they are throwing this case on purpose. Do they follow low socials covering this? I have no idea if they're following socials. I don't know this prosecutor. I've never seen this prosecutor in any other setting. I don't know if this is just their default setting, if this is that they're exhausted, I don't know, but it is hard. Cheryl C., I think a lot of people have that response, like real calm when the thing is happening, emotion flood and adrenaline flood later. Steven said, my neurospiciness and traumatic life experiences allow me to compartmentalize in a crisis. I'm the calm friend that takes charge in chaotic situations. Me too. I do realize it's a trauma response. Me too. It's like, was she calm? Yes. For the moment. Later. But I generally also need to know what happened. Like, the first thing you will hear me yelling when something happens is, are you okay? What happened? My teen was spinning his color guard rifle upstairs yesterday, which is foreboding in my house, and dropped it onto the floor. I swear it sounded like something was going to come through the floor of my house. And I was like, what happened? Are you okay? Are you bleeding? And he's like, drop my rifle. The follow-up to that was, seriously? What are you doing? Do not spin in the house. Outside. I don't care what. Outside. Scared the shit out of me. Cumulus Cloud said, in the hundreds of crime scenes I've worked, I've never used a leaf blower. I don't think it's standard issue equipment for crime scenes. The leaf blower, did I even mention the leaf blower in my summary? The leaf blower is a strange one, isn't it? Personally getting annoyed with the judge huffing. Yep. The heavy sighs, the harumphing. I don't know if the judges ever watch back how that sounds on the audio, because in court, they don't have in-ears. Thank you guys for the gifted memberships, Ryan. Good to see you. Thank you, Sonia. They don't have they can't hear what it sounds like on the other end. I don't know if anyone's ever told the judge. Did I say snowblower? Leaf blower. I mean leaf blower. Just got off work. What did I miss? A leaf blower. You missed the leaf blower and my cousin Vinny. That was about it. Wouldn't using a leaf blower on the scene destroy footprints and other evidence? Why would law enforcement use one on the scene? Cato, I don't think anyone treated this like a crime scene. That's why. I don't think anyone contained it like a crime scene. Nobody cordoned off witnesses like a crime scene. No one treated it like a crime scene. But why? Did they just assume that somebody had been drinking? I mean, maybe that's what they assumed. I would like someone to tell me why. Tell me why. My pickle does not glow like Rob's pickle, Patty. I don't know why. I don't know why they didn't treat it like a crime scene. I hope somebody answers that question. Cass the Sass said maybe her statement to sis-in-law, you'll probably never see me again, was actually because she was thinking of self-harm. She had made those statements earlier in the day, Cass the Sass. I didn't even think of that. It's very possible. It's very possible because they put her on a hold because of that. I wonder how long her father stayed with her because of that. I think they were very worried about her. Melanie, good to see you. I'm very upset regarding the way they bring up that Karen Reed said when they got to the scene, my son found his dad unalive in his bed when he was 7 years old. And I can testify that distress made me say and do some very strange things. Melanie, we know that that is the human experience. There is a criminal prosecution. When they say anything you say can and will be used against you, they mean it. So yes, in the context of humaning, someone, the defense, will need to explain that trauma can leave people saying and doing wild things. Hannah Gutierrez's case is a great example of this. Taking this case out of it, Hannah Gutierrez after the incident on the movie set of Rust was clearly rattled, but sat down and interviewed with police forever. Just like, hey, this is what happened. Should have done this more. Was it used against her? Yes. Was it effectively used against her? Yes. People have a right to remain silent for a reason. We do not do and say things under stress and duress that are necessarily what we're thinking. But they're going to say in the heat of the moment or the spontaneous utterances that those are signs of guilt. The jury's going to have to decide what it is. Yellow pill, thank you for that definition. And that we have lots of our medical folks in the chat. Why do attorneys always have to ask the judge permission to approach the witness? Nikki, that is the rules for this courtroom. The judge laid out the rules at the end of the conference last week saying objections only, no grounds. You must ask to approach the witness, etc. You can't have people just walking around the courtroom. So it keeps the lawyers more reined in. If you watched, for all of you that watched the Murdaugh trial, do you remember how Metters would just like wander up and like sidle up to the witness and be standing next to the witness, looking at something, asking questions? Asking to approach prevents that because you approach and then you get the fuck back to your podium. Metters was all over that courtroom. So it kind of keeps things more restrained. Stephen said the lack of anyone doing life-saving measures, law enforcement included, is wild for me. You'd have to rip me off the body. Karen Reed was doing or trying to do life-saving measures. Law enforcement showed up and tried to figure out what was going on. And he said he was going back to get the AED as EMS showed up, and then EMS took over. So it was quick, but the folks in the house sure didn't come out. I'm not liking this judge so far. We'll see. Is the judge new here? I mean, new to us, but not new. Bella Vita said, EDB, wouldn't the coat put a doubt in the defense's theory of John being hurt inside and taken out afterwards? The coat equals plan to be outside. Or he put on the coat to leave. I don't know. It depends. I think it can be argued. Honestly, I think it can be argued both ways. So Chelsea-Rama, especially if the coat doesn't have damage, does not stating grounds for objections. Okay, I know we answered that. The judge sounds perpetually annoyed with everyone. Fire department and police departments of a city are always rivaling siblings. Yeah, there's generally not a lot of love lost between fire and police. Between Lolly, the breathing, the typing, it drives my neurospicy nuts. That also might be why I'm a little edgy. We'll see. It makes me a little like, the typing today, I was like, stop it. The swinging chair, revolving chair, the revolving swinging chair. Please get the judge a different chair. It's squeaky. It's a different courtroom. Jamie said Frodo took a more direct route to Mordor. That's funny. Cumulus Cloud in the chat said, let's not forget Poot, the roaming Roomba of justice. That's true. Poot also roamed. I'm sure the jury is glad this is a half day. Yep. Speculation, maybe she did think she did it until she realized that his injuries didn't match without being hit by a car. I don't know. The thing that's weird about the car is that car has a lot of backup cameras and bells and whistles and blinky lights, but also it seems very much that she was inebriated to a pretty decent level that evening. So memory also can be skewed, especially when the friends seem to indicate that she was still drunk the next morning. There was a lot of alcohol involved. I don't know how the retrograde extrapolation is going to go when that comes into evidence, but there was a lot of alcohol involved in that evening. Question, if there is no basis, grounds for objections, how do they make? Oh, I should have read that while I was moving because a lot of you asked the same questions. It was funny when the DA kept saying she will be prosecuting her own ticket. She's going to punch her own ticket on her job with that. And again, there's body cam footage, woman. How do you think this is going to play out? Like, the fucking arrogance. RK said, anyone else have Informer by Snow stuck in their head? You're welcome. Informer. I can't sing any more of that song. What is this about? A possible police cover-up? Opening statements yesterday will clear all of that up. Always lived here, never seen a leaf blower in snow. We don't even know where the fucking leaf blower came from. Did somebody get it out of the house? I don't think law enforcement had it there. Was Karen Reed arrested at the scene for DUI? No. She was transported to the hospital and put on a hold, and the hospital took blood because they were putting her on a psych hold. Nicholas said, as a parent of a color guard director, it warms my heart. She is teaching at a local high school and doing winter guard. She spins for Origins. We just had our winter guard season. Very much enjoyed it. My kid is perfecting his 7s on rifle. I keep trying to get him to practice with his other equipment, getting ready for fall. Because marching season, we've already had our show reveal, and like marching season for the fall starts now. Tracy says, don't talk to police, don't talk on jail phones, and don't Google stupid stuff. I mean, the Google searches have been getting a lot of the people that we've been covering, right? Corey Richens, how are you getting around Googling luxury prisons for rich people, Corey? How's that going to go? Super late to court. It's okay. It was kind of a meh. There were moments, but there wasn't a ton. Like, you didn't miss a lot that's going to move the ball forward till later. What does partner manager Reed think of all this Reed business this year? I haven't asked partner manager Reed what he thinks, though partner manager Reed is on vacation. I will ask Reed what he thinks of the Reed trials and see. It's lots of it. I will also ask Brian what he thinks of everyone being named Brian. Question, will they need to bring in a meteorologist to the stand to verify the weather? No. The video is good. The local jury is good. This is why we have local juries. My cousin Dilly, for the pickle name. This is why we have local juries. The juries understand. They understand the area. They understand the temperament of an area. They understand the roads, the weather. This is where they live. Always, JoJo, I was taught every death scene is treated like a homicide should be. The response by patrol is poor at best. No sense of urgency by anyone. No neighborhood canvas. They never saw this coming. Or they did and chose to look the other way. I don't know. It's odd. I just want to say I'm from Boston, and unfortunately, Boston PD is known for their lying ways. I don't know anything about that. We're gonna see what's going on between Boston and Canton PD, aren't we? Lewis Reed said, in the UK, victims, witnesses who are vulnerable or intimidated get special measures in court. Under 18 is automatically thought vulnerable. It's so strange to me that the US doesn't have that. The US system is built on a foundation of specifically being not the UK system. So the right to confront and cross-examine witnesses is one of the most ardent rights in the Constitution. So confront and cross-examine witnesses means you see your accusers in court no matter what. Emily Outdoor said, you would think after so many, let me rephrase that, he would switch up his approach a little. I don't know if that's possible. I have a backup camera, 360 overhead camera, and the beeping. I can't back into my driveway. Yeah, and this is a pretty, they tested all of the systems on the Lexus, and it seemed they were working properly. We'll see. Wouldn't the not-so-friendly dog have been raising a ruckus in the house with all the chaos outside? Maybe not if the dog felt secure inside. I don't know. The stuff with the dog, we will see what happens. I think there is, if the victim went inside and if there was a commotion, remember, there were amorous text messages going between the defendant and one of the other men inside the home. If there was a confrontation in the home and people started yelling or tussling, could you see a dog getting involved? It depends on the dog. But yeah, if somebody comes into a home and is tussling with an owner or yelling at an owner, could dogs get involved? I could see that happening. I don't know. I don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. We will see. Dominique, happy birthday. Clueless Closey said, can we summon our local Canadian criminal defense attorney correspondent to discuss how snow affects the preservation of crime scenes? Later, yes. I'm sure Runkle will be covering it on his own channel, but they need to explain that to the jury. Do you think this case is easily appealable? Should it come to that? I don't know yet. Ask me in 2 weeks. I might change my mind, but I don't know yet. Teresa said, I've been an EMT for 25 years and love it. Some good, some bad. Not a profession for anyone that can't do smells, motion, or vomit. I learned that quickly. I learned that quickly. I really wanted to do it. And then I was like, oh no. I misread my own abilities substantially. Michael said, how do you think a jury perceives all of the Plaintiff sustains, I don't know, feels like the judge is protecting prosecution, but curious to think if the jurors blame the defense for not objecting. I don't know. It depends on how they perceive the defense attorneys. We'll see as the trial goes on. If they perceive the defense attorneys as kind of smooth and kind of smarmy and kind of LA and nice suits, then it might be different. It really is going to depend on their own perceptions of the attorneys. So Bourbon Fund got EDB through this trial. Thank you. Some of you are saying, I read that as pie. I read that as prosecution because I think that's what they, prosecution or plaintiff, I think that's what they intended. Judge said, time to head to the packy. I actually get that joke and I really appreciate it. The package store to buy liquor. Joe Jersey, question. When I found my mom having a seizure, they treated her house like a crime scene too. Why not here? I don't know, Joe. Someone's going to have to answer that question. Question, how long were you an EMT? Oh, no. I did training. I did in-hospital. I did ambulance. I cannot do this. So from training to me being like, nope, like 4 months maybe. But I did get paid more as a lifeguard to have EMT certification. So that helped. But no, working as an EMT, I'm like, oh, this might be better than lifeguarding. Fuck, nope. Back to lifeguarding. Sunflower said, I slipped on ice and fell in my driveway. Husband nearly ran over me while I was on the ground as he backed out of the garage. That's terrifying. This is also why I always keep my phone and my Apple Watch with me, because I need it to fall alert if I ever like fall down my stairs. The amount of friends I had that fell down their own stairs when they were newly postpartum, carrying their kids or what have you. Most of them all took it either on their own back or elbow or leg or whatever. But I had a friend call and was like, I literally was carrying my kid down the stairs, fell. Can you come get into my house? And this was about the time where a lot of us put either codes on our garage or like the August locks that you could unlock from the house. Because if you fall inside your house by yourself with your kids and your kids are really little and you can't get to the door, how does somebody get in? So that it was it happened to a bunch of people. We are just not, your joints are just not as stable. It is not easy. So yes. And now I make sure that we have different ways to get into my house. I just told my paw nerd dog who was barking that we do not interrupt EDB in this household. Just being protective as I was getting angry, I'm sure. I see lots of you talking about dogs. My GSD will raise hell. My GSD lives for fuck around and find out. Yeah, I think, and we'll see what happens. Fred and George would be like, we're going to go hide under the bed. Bye. Literally bye. So let's see. My kiddo told her bestie that she's been enjoying watching Columbo with me and felt bad that she's dragging me into watching, but I claimed I'm ancient. That's fun. Maybe half days because she knows Lolly is a snorefest. I don't know what they're doing with the half days. It's the Boston in them. Nobody has chill when it comes to getting the fuck out. You might get stuck behind 2 extra cars in the tunnels. I mean, maybe that's it. Judge at 1 p.m. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Yeah, but you got to get the hell out of here. We out of here, people. I have a hair appointment. Maybe. That was me asking about hard stuff. She answered with her whole chest. We out. Smurfana, the judge, absolutely was like, peace. I'm using that exit for everything now. It was just done. Waiting for the Farmer's Almanac expert to confirm it was in fact snowing that day. Maybe. I don't know about the judge. The judge is just maybe tired. Rebecca said, so a woman on the scene is supposedly screaming she hit him and none of the officers are seen take that to mean a crime was committed or a crime scene. Isn't it interesting? Anna said, I just passed the MPRE. Yay. Look, we've got claps for that, Anna. Congratulations. Where are my claps? I moved them. There we go. The applause. Congratulations. How does work on we've done those. There were a lot of those questions. Judge is me booting customers out on early shut days, public holidays. This lawyer moves slower than a customer trying to get an extra item. It was definitely a lot. Anne says Proctor had custody of the clothes, not checked into evidence for 3 weeks. I guess that will come into evidence at some point and we will find out. The caliber of the prosecutor almost makes me miss Elaine. The what if anything is really hard. the questions are just so long. CJ said, do all of the charges relate to the death of the victim? So if the jury does not find she hit the victim, then she would not have the OUI, correct? It's an OUI causing injury. So yeah, if she didn't hit him, then there's no causing injury. And the hit and run is causing injury, and the second degree murder is causing injury. So the winged hedgehog asked this much earlier in the stream, and I saved it because I wanted to chat about it. Question, if she did say that, why is it considered murder and not negligence or something? The prosecution did not originally charge it beyond the OUI and the hit and run. They elevated it to the second degree murder after initial charges were filed, after further investigation. I'm waiting to be able to ascertain why they chose to do that. I haven't figured that out yet. Have we officially moved to Massachusetts? Do we pack the car and have a yacht? Yes, we do. All of it. It's time to go watch all of the movies relating to Boston. Download your Dropkick Murphys playlist immediately because we are definitely shipping up to Boston. Zobe said the Massachusetts Rules of Criminal Procedure 22 objections provides that in criminal cases, objections to evidence shall be decided without argument. That's fine. She doesn't even let them state the grounds, like argument, speculation, nothing, which is weird. I like doing it without argument. Bring them up at sidebar, but it's a lot. Will the people who live there own the dog be asked to testify as witnesses? I imagine so. Because I imagine so. They're all related to people who were there anyway. I thought OUI was operating under the influence. Yes, sometimes called driving under the influence. But sometimes in other jurisdictions, OUI will be used for like boating under the influence. But yes, in Massachusetts, the OUI causing injury is one of the charges here. And flogging Molly. Yes, we can't forget flogging Molly. Don't forget we binged. I won't forget we binged. We're going to do that, and then we're going to get rolling. I'm going to go eat lunch, and then we'll see you tomorrow. There's no court tomorrow, so you guys have a day off. Law nerds of the jury, you can join me for the podcast at 11, and then we'll be back in court on Thursday. So yay for us. We did bing, so let's celebrate that, and then I'm gonna roll out. Where is my we binged? Hold on. Where is it? There it is. Oh, it binged. Move your head. Law nerds, I will see you tomorrow for the podcast. I will see you back in court for day 3 on Thursday. Nobody said Wicked yet. That's the thing I'm waiting to happen. We're waiting for Wicked to drop into this. I didn't think we were going to get a reference to My Cousin Vinny, but there we are. But Wicked is what we're waiting for now, and for the prosecution to answer like a fuck ton of questions. We'll see what happens for the rest of the week. There's no court on Friday. They're not going to get through that many more witnesses. What, in a half day, we got through 2.5? Y'all. This is why this trial is going to take forever. We're going to be in trial till the end of June. I swear to you, this trial is very much going to mess with my VidCon schedule. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're just deep breaths all around. It's going to be fine. We'll ponder this on Thursday. Chat, I'll see you soon. Bye.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com. or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.